Okay. So two people missing. So do I have to start? Comincio? No, sì, no. Okay. So what about yesterday? What do you think about yesterday? Just give me your feedback.
It was a great experience for me. Also understanding the level of questions, how to construct an essay, also primarily the words and the format for the tasting.
Yes.
Very good to practice and have a mentally idea of how to express that.
Yeah, so it was useful to do it.
Sure.
Okay.
For me, I feel a lot more comfortable.
Yes, you will see.
Monday than I thought about.
I'm sure. First, I know this. Yes, I'm sure that because I do since many years this. So I know what happens. We'll do better. So I'm sure that on Monday you will do very well. I hope all of you, but you never know. Anyway, I hope because you have done this. Without this, it would have been difficult for some of you. Looking at what you've done yesterday.
Yesterday,
yes.
In Portuguese, I have a sentence that says, "To wear the sandals of humility."
Wear the sandals of
humble.
I'm very humble.
Yeah, so we had to lower the about ourselves.
Yes, but I have an anecdote about this. In Italy, you know, we have won as Italians several international competitions. The last one was the European competition in 2019 in Cyprus. It was our candidate that won the competition. And the main comments made by the jury to me privately, they said they appreciated our candidate because he was humble. So the jury was stimulated to give psychologically extra notes.
You are at a restaurant. You don't want a sommelier that's not humble.
Yes.
You want someone.
Yeah, right. So it was appreciated.
It's important also to learn.
Yes. Moment, I have to finish my coffee. If I don't drink coffee, I can't work. I'm like a diesel. I have to warm up.
I always see some.
Yes.
Which one is the most important, and how important is season?
Good morning. Welcome back.
Because in Brazil we have some.
I know.
I want to know where.
Yes. fortunately, I have the situation under control all over the world. I know what happens in many countries. I know the situation. I know well very many countries, so I know what happens. I will answer to you later.
Okay, because I did some course, and now I'm in doubt if I put it in my CV or not, because I don't know if it's
Okay.
valid or if it's important.
Okay, I will answer. If it is interesting, I will do for everybody. Otherwise, I'll do only for you.
Tutti on board.
Ci siamo. Quasi come in Giappone. Quasi come in Giappone. 9-8 non è male.
E poi anche lì sono precisi all'orario.
Sì, sì. No, porto un esempio, non per sminuire qua perché sono stati bravi. Adesso lo dico a tutti perché è un po' un aneddoto così, tanto per rompere il ghiaccio. Okay, are you ready to start? Okay. Before to start, I want to tell you an anecdote about punctuality. No, you have been quite good, so punctuality. Nothing to say about you, of course, but it's just an anecdote that happened to me in different situations. Anyway, once I was invited to do several conferences from the north to the south of Japan. So every day it was the same things to do. Get the train, go to a place, taxi, hotel, director receiving, lunch, lesson. Every time there were the minimum people present, there were 50, the maximum was 500 altogether. In Giappone sono una roba spettacolare. Anyway, it was quite interesting because I was talking only about Italian wines. There was Alberto. At the time, we didn't have all this kind of technical things. There was the slides, the old one, yes. So Alberto moving those and translating from French to Japanese. And it was exactly the same every day, 2 hours. Arriving, all people were there. So 5 minutes before to start, I had to go in. It was 5 minutes before. 5 minutes to at the end, the translator used to tell me, you have 5 minutes to finish. After this, all people, 50 or 500, they had 2 minutes for questions only. So there was only 2 questions every time. Because time was time before to start. All there, no fly listening while I was explaining, no one talking, nobody. That in our countries doesn't happen. Normally it doesn't happen. And finishing exactly the right time. So this was Japan. The first time I went to do this. So how to tell you how they are. Second time was taking the train. In Japan is something special because you get the ticket, you have a number on the ticket, and on the floor you have a line with numbers. You arrive, you have to stop where there is your line and your number. You have to stop there, wait in the train. And when the train arrives, it stops exactly where you are. The door, they open there. When you go in, all seats, they are reversed to the way where you're going. And when the train arrives to the end, they turn all the seats inside for the next turn. Next ride. All of them, they turn. And on train, you can't talk. If you want to talk or phone, you have to go outside. Special space to talk. All is there. It was incredible. Everybody respected.
Only in Japan.
Only in Japan. Only in Japan. Nowhere else is like that. But it's interesting to see it. So you understand sometimes why Japanese people, they don't want to live there, because it's not simple to do like that every day of your life. So not everybody accepts it, but most of them, they do it. So I will start to answer to the questions. I don't show it because I don't have to do it. So I respect the rules. But you will know what you have done, so you will have the answer. And I don't think it's interesting to tell you the scores. It's interesting to have the answer, and you will understand how much you've done. For this test, I don't know this year because it's not always the same. It should be around 200 scores, more or less. But altogether, the whole scores of the exam is around 600, 700 scores. But for each test, there are some percentages to respect for the final scores. That's what I said yesterday. I can't explain you how it works. For me, it's complicated. Okay, but it's like that. So first question was, what do Carlsbergensis, Bruxellensis, and Baianus all have in common? It's about yeast. So the answer was fungus. Yeast or fungus, both. Second, what disease is affecting this vine leaf? So the vine leaf was this. Maybe you know this shouldn't be difficult, but you know. There were 4 answers. The right one was the first one, is downy mildew. What is the process of green harvesting grapes, and what is its purpose? The answer was removing excess grapes before veraison to improve balance and maturity. This was an open question. Which of these grapes varieties is PV grape? Sauvignon Gris, Sauvignac, Chardonnay, Auxerrois? The answer was Sauvignac. So all the funny names, they're the new ones. Please indicate the correct color of each grape variety below. Mark your answer with a cross. You may only select one color per grape variety. Loureiro, white. Gewürztraminer, gris. Sylvaner, white. Cote, red. Pinotage, red. Encruzado, white. Chardonnay, white. Pinot Grigio is gris. Vidal is white. Trousseau is red. Gutedel is white. Arnais is white. Glera is white. Xinomavro is red. What is the name of this piece of equipment, and what is its purpose? Is Giro Palette is reading for champagne or sparkling wines. You know what is this? What is the tool shown below used for the winemaking process? This is, yes, but sorry, batonnage. So you're right, it's still in the list, yes, batonnage. What is, I was looking for something else, it's not this one, yes. What is the alcoholic strength of the ethanol used for the 45 port? The alcoholic strength is 77%, yes. 77, the answer. What is the optimal temperature range for alcoholic fermentation in which to produce aromatic red wines? Is 20-24 Celsius degrees, the answer. Each of the grape varieties listed in the right-hand column has one parent variety identified. Please identify the second parent variety for each, filling in the blank. So Mondes Blanche and Durezza, the grape variety is Syrah. Pinot Noir, well, is the parent one and makes the Pinotage is Cinsault Hermitage. Blau Frankish as the parent one and grape variety Zweigelt. The wine is the parent two is Saint Laurent. And then parent one Cabernet Franc and parent two Sauvignon Blanc, it makes Cabernet Sauvignon. Please indicate the country of origin of these mineral waters. Evian is not Swiss, it's France. It's very close to Swiss, but it's not, it's France. Apollinaris is Germany. Voss is Norway. Perrier, France again. Spa, Belgium. Acquapanna, Italy. To make traditional method sparkling wine, which of the methodologies below is written in the correct order? The answer was the A, pressing of grapes, fermentation, ripening tirage, fermentation, surlat, riddling, disgorging, dosage, corking. I think everybody knows this. I didn't check, but normally everybody knows this. A. For these specific wines, what is the main grape variety used? Wine is the wine Domaine, Leroy, Musigny, Pinot Noir, Chateau Latour, Pauillac, Cabernet Sauvignon. So its main variety, it means maybe there are some other varieties. Salon, Champagne, Chardonnay, Dominique Piron, Morgon, Côte de Pie, Gamay, Solaya, Marchesi Antinoris, Cabernet Sauvignon, and Gaia Dragomis, Barolo is Nebbiolo. If you are visiting the following city villages, what is the smallest AOP, AOC, AVA appellation? You would be in for each one. Ambonnet is in Champagne. Haro or Aro, Rioja. Langlelois, Camptal. Peaceport, Moselle. Hobart, Tasmania. Salem, Willamette Valley, and Chavignol, Sancerre. An IPA with an IBU of 60 would be moderately bitter, show almost no bitterness at all, be more bitter than average, be extremely high in bitterness. It's the C, so be more bitter than average, the IPA beer. Please name the country of origin of each beer. Spaten, Germany. Double Bock, Portugal. Cantillon, Belgium. Tre Fontane, Italy. Never heard about this. No. Kilkenny, Ireland. Estrella, Spain. Buxton, England, or UK is the same. Founders, USA. Quilmes, or Quilmes is Argentina. Foster's, Australia. Sapporo, Japan, and Brahma, Brazil. Now, in the next test, there was a question, and quite new, and somebody said, no, you don't have to ask this question because it's too easy for some countries, because they know the answer. Yes, but it's the same for everybody. Maybe they know better their countries or other countries, so it's the same for everybody. And as it is a very new question, I answered to this one. I said, but yes, but when we do a test, we have also sometimes to, either in a competition or in an exam, we have to make some questions that are completely new because it's a way to communicate to the candidate that there are other subjects that they have to know. Maybe nobody will answer, it doesn't matter. No? Like the other day, we did the competition in Italy for a young sommelier, and in the slides for one of the tests, there were 3 different shapes of bottles. And one of the jury members said to me, no, you should change that because there are one bottle that they can't answer. I said, well, it doesn't matter if they can't answer. He said, just to tell them that there is another shape that probably they should know. But you know why he wanted me to cancel, to delete that picture? Because he didn't know himself. Because he said, I have this in my portfolio because he was an agent for wines, but I never knew the name of this bottle. So this is the reason, not because they don't know. Maybe they know. So sometimes it's something. It's like that. So what you know is easy, but what you don't know, it's because you don't know. It's difficult for you, but maybe not for somebody else. Now, please name the country of origin of each vodka. Grey Goose, France. English name, but it's French. Chopin, French name, but Poland. Absolute, Sweden. Titos, USA. Ketel One, Netherlands. And Ciroc, don't know this, France. What is the main aromatic and flavor compound that gives it's a specific character to aquavit? Caraway. I don't know what it is, personally. It's from North Europe. Please name the ingredients used to make a Boulevardier cocktail. Whiskey, sweet vermouth, Campari. Please name the country of origin of each Trappist beer. Orval is Belgium, La Trappe, Netherlands, Mont de Cat, France, Mount Saint Bernard, UK, Cardenia, Spain, Spencer, USA, Chimay, Belgium. What is the most common name of the agave tequilana Weber? Blue agave. Match the room to the correct country of origin. Possible origin countries are Venezuela, Barbados, Jamaica, Guatemala, Nicaragua. Flor de Caña, Nicaragua. Botran, Guatemala. Diplomatico, Venezuela. Mount Gay, Barbados. Appleton, Jamaica. Ferran Adrià was the chef of which restaurant? Everybody knows, I think knows. El Bulli. What does 12 years old mean? 12 years old mean when written on the label of blended Scotch whiskey? The answer was this is the age of the youngest part of the blend, like in many other spirits. Ribera del Duero is a DO for, the answer was red, white, and rosé wines. What is the main grape variety used in Cariñena DOC in Spain? Garnacha Tinta and Grenache Noir. Who is the best sommelier of the world 2023? Raymond Thompson. You should know some of them at least, the last ones. Don't go back to the old one, but just the last one. The pruning method shown below can be found in which region of Greece? I think that everybody knew it, Santorini. And what is the name of this way of, I don't know, Ampeglia. Maybe could be another question. Ampeglia. What is the name of this winery and what appellation do they produce? Marques de Riscal Rioja. Okay, remember this. How many Grand Cru are there in Alsace AOP? Yes, high, 51. High number. Klosterbeo. Sorry, I don't know German. Kloster. Yes, I know, it's very well. Kloster Neuberger, Mostwaage, is KMW. The Austrian scale to measure the richness of a must is similar to? The answer was Brix Bowling scale. Please list for Ava within the state of New York. So here there are many, so if you know, I read all of them, but it was enough to write 4. Lake Erie, Niagara Escarpment, Finger Lakes, Champlain Valley of New York, Upper Hudson, Hudson River region, and Long Island. Which is the following wines from Piedmont that is not the OCG? The answer was Lessona. Which of the following wines is not? Or is it? Lessona. I said, yes, Lessona is not yet. I was thinking, no, not yet. In which year was Sassicaia produced for the first time? 68. Which of these Friulan grape varieties is red? This Enotochthos variety is Pignolo. List the 4 villages in which Barbaresco DOCG is produced. Barbaresco, Naive, Traiso, San Rocco, Seno d'Elvio. That is Alba, in fact. Anyway, almost nobody knows the last one. This is too long to remember. And it's very, very small part of the area. In which Italian city is the wine fair in Italy held? Next one in Brazil, yes, but Verona is the town. List the 4 villages in which, what is the production method Prosecco and what is the name of the grape variety used? Grape variety is Glera, once was called Prosecco, now it's Glera for technical reasons. And the method is, there are 3 answers that you can use. Charmat or Tank, all of them, okay? But the original one, which one is it? Martinotti. In Italy, we always say that to everybody has to know this. But in France, they say exactly the opposite. But do you know why? Do you know the reason why? It's called Martinotti, and it shouldn't be called Charmat. I have to tell you, because you have to know this. The inventor, the one that created the methodology, was Martinotti, Federico Martinotti. He was the director of the enology station in Alba, I think. Yes, Alba. Because in the 19th century, they were starting to produce sparkling wines with Moscato. Now, Moscato is sweet, what is called nowadays Moscato dust, in fact. And it was difficult to make the fermentation, of course, in the bottle. It wouldn't work properly. So he created the methodology to use the tank to do this kind of fermentation only for Moscato. In Italy at that time was not Italy, it was another kingdom. It was Savoia and Piemonte. And so they were linked to France. And then, as in Italy, in that time, in that region, it was not produced in Italy, tanks, they were not produced. So he asked an engineer that has a factory to produce the tanks, that it was Charmat. So when he produced all these tanks, of course, he wrote the name Charmat on the tank because he was the producer. So everybody, especially French, was saying, that is Charmat, it's not Martinotti. Charmat invented this, he did it, but the invention was Italian, the production was French. That's why it's called Charmat all over the world. So we keep saying it's not exactly like that. Which of these are two main species of coffee consumed around the world? The answer was Arabica and Robusta. How many of years of aging are required before releasing a Rioja Gran Reserva Tinto? 5 years. What is the best water temperature to brew filter coffee in degrees Celsius? 90 to 96. It says here. I was personally know of something else, but they said it is like this, my colleagues. Why? I tell you why. Because I worked for 12 years with Nespresso. So in Nespresso, it was not this, it was a bit lower. Yes, but somebody said, no, it's like this, it's like this. So they said, no, we have to keep this. Okay. Exactly, is what I know. You know, sometimes we don't agree for something, but depends on. What are the two parents in the Chilean joint venture producing Almaviva, Rothschild from Mouton and Concha y Toro? In which country is the famous wine region of Guadalupe Valley? Mexico. What is the Brazilian spirit produced from fermented fresh sugarcane juice with an alcoholic strength between 38 and 48 degrees? %. You know that. It's like to ask in Italy what is grappa. Everybody knows. Cachaça, of course. Which valley is the main wine region of British Columbia? Okanagan Valley. In what year was the Judgment of Paris held in what year was the Judgment of Paris held comparing the best Californian wines and their French equivalents? And who was the organizer of the tasting? Steven Spurrier, 1976. I remember that because I was in France that time, so I remember that. It was a great wine tasting that started to discover Italian wines, like Sassicaia. Under the most recent sherry years regulations, what labeling term refers to biologically aged wines from Sanlúcar, Manzanilla? Which beverages requires koji to be produced? It's okay. But also it says here, sochu and avamori. Do you know the difference? Yes, no. And avamori is from Japan, it's a distillation, but the origin is the same. The German grape variety Blauer Limburger is a synonym for Blaufränkisch. Yes. What is the smallest German wine producing region? Well, in Germany again. Hessische Bergstrasse. In which German wine producing region you will find the villages of Wiesbaden, Eltville, and Hockenheim, Rheingau. Ruther Glen wines are produced in which region? Victoria. Which French wine producer is the joint venture partner in Long Day Winery Shandong? Shandong is in China. The member on the Rothschild Chateau Lafite. Which of the below South African wine producing district is the furthest south? Walker Bay. Which grape variety is used to produce wine vin de Constance? Muscat de Frontignan or Muscat Petit Grain. Please indicate which Australian states the following wine regions are located. Margaret River, Western Australia. Hunter Valley, New South Wales. Clear Valley, South Australia. Carson Creek, South Australia. Tamar Valley, Tasmania. And Yarra Valley, Victoria. On this map, please indicate where each AOP, AOC is located as precisely as possible. Mark its geographical position by writing its number clearly on the map. Now, I don't know what you have answered, but you have to look at the map for the answer. It's better. Your wine supply provides with you a double magnum of Canon Cop Pinotage 2018 to organize a wine testing for your colleagues from your association. A serving of 6 centiliters will be given to each person attending the tasting. With this in mind, how many colleagues may you invite to the tasting, yourself included? 50, yes. What are the ingredients used to make a cosmopolitan cocktail? Vodka, cranberry juice, Cointreau or Grand Marnier Triple Sec, lime juice. Which DOCG Reserva sparkling wine from Piedmont is always vintage and requires a minimum of 36 aging on the lees? Alta Langa. Which variety? Only Pinot Noir. Your guest asks you to explain what the glass-like crystal on the bottom of the bottle are. Sorry for my English here. Your guest asks you to explain what the glass-like crystals on the bottom of the bottle are. What do you tell them? Yes, it's okay. Potassium bitartrate or there are other explanations here, but it's right in the answer. Which famous Italian DOCG has its name associated with Chinato? It's not only Barolo, of course. Barolo is the most important, famous. You have served bottle of Petrus 1995 from Roll, France, which costs 6,000 euro per bottle. For 5 guests, at the end of the dinner, they ask to share the cost of the wine equally and to add 10% tip for your great service. It would happen every day, this. How much money will you charge to each guest? Yes. 1,320. Yes. 8 was the answer. Yes. What are the 2 Italian wine regions where the wine labels can be written in other languages? And for each, what are these languages? In fact, there are 3 regions. Yeah, they've written 2, but there are 3 regions. Do you know which is the other one? Friuli. They can write in Slovenia and Croatian, I think. Slovenia, I'm sure. So there are 3. What are the 3 sub-regions of Rioja DOCA? Rioja Alavese, Rioja Alta, Rioja Oriental. Please name the region of production of the following DOCG and the OCG. Amarone della Policella, Veneto. Gattinara, Piemonte. Verdicchio, Marche, you know, I think Lambrusco, di Sorbara. Taurasi, Campania. Greco di Tufo, the same. Vino Nobile di Montepulciano, and Cinque Terre Sciacchetra, Liguria. Liguria. What is a perry? Alcoholic beverage made from fermented pears. Indicating which order of the following wines should be tasted. There is Brunello, Chenas, Rüster Ausbruch, 30 years old Tawny Graham, Rias Baixas, Meursault Premier Cru Charme. So the first one was Rias Baixas, 21. The second Meursault. The third one Chenas Vieille. Fourth was Brunello di Montalcino. Fifth Rüster Ausbruch. And sixth, the last one, 30 years old Tawny Grahams. Which fortified wine is produced in this island? Marsala. What are the Grand Cru vineyards in the village of Pouligny-Montrachet? Is Montrachet, Bâtard Montrachet, Chevalier Montrachet, Mademoiselle, Bienvenue Bâtard Montrachet, 4 in total. Then Criot Bâtard is on Chassagne. Criot Bâtard is on Chassagne. So there are only 4. Which appellations in the Mâconnais recently received the right to have the Premier Cru status in 2020 and 2022? It was Puy-Fissé, Puy-Venzel, and Puy-Rocher. When did the USA stop enforcing the federal prohibition of alcohol? 1933. A producer of non-alcoholic wines requested 3 courses food pairing to show prospective clients how these products can be an alternative pairing with normal wine may fail. Please suggest 3 dishes and explain at least 2 reasons why non-alcoholic wines can be useful to sommelier. This is a long answer. You could have written a long answer here. Here there is just an indication. Lack of alcohol avoids the burning effect of spices and reduces the heat increase effect for soup. Suggestion 3, what is it? Points to explain the alcohol, quoting the sweet perception of the alcoholized wines can be seen positively in the assessment. So they are take care about the answer, in fact, which is the answer about the sensation, but the perception of sensation. La carta qua non gira. Carta. Which Spanish region produces the traditional wine known as Zacoli or Zacolina? Is right pronunciation. Basque region. What is the appellation of this wine? There is a Vega Sicilia Unico, Reserva Especial. The answer, the appellation is, what is it? Denomination de origine? I don't have the answer here. No. What is the appellation of this wine? Ribera Duero, mi sembra. No, because they didn't write it. Okay. What gas is used by Coravin? Argon. Yes, everybody knows. New Zealand. Name the appellation of this map. New Zealand. You have to look at the map. New Zealand. There are 9 appellations. Which animal's milk is used to produce the following cheese? Roquefort, sheep. Crottin de Chavignol, goat. Parmigiano Reggiano, be careful because it comes from there. No. Stilton, cow, okay. What is the main river going through these regions? Baix o Corgo. Sì. Puy-Fumé, easy. Loire. Camptal, easy. For us, Danube. Barbaresco, Tanaro. Alsace, very easy. Reno, Rhine. Toro, 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 Rhine. T Again, Duero. L'Iraq. Wrong. What type of tea is used to make Moroccan mint tea? Green tea. Because they cook, they boil a lot. When it is finished, it's almost dark, but it's green, the origin. And then they put also the mint leaves and a lot of sugar.
Moroccan tea is black tea.
So the question was made by a person from Morocco. I can tell you. So I mean, I always drank it when I go to Morocco, but I never thought it was green, looking at the color. But she said it's green. So I knew, me too, I learned this. Michelle Chantom, you know. So she lives there, so what can I say? I couldn't say you are wrong.
But in the literature, it's
Sorry. Probably. Yes, maybe it's something like that. I will ask her. I will see her in 2 weeks. Which is the countries? Which two countries are located in a dispute over the name Pisco? What is the main grape variety planted in the appellation Madiran, and in which other country has this grape variety became a national success? Yes. What are the two subzones of Rappel Valley? Valle de Colchagua and Valle de Cachapoal. Yes. What is the name of this winery and in which country is located? All this, you know. What grape variety are used to produce this wine? Is Saint-Brice, is the Sauvignon Blanc. Okay. This is this. This paper is. Okay. What is the name given to the Syrah grape variety in Australia? Shiraz. In which states are the following havas located? Monticello, Virginia, right. Rogue or Rogue, Valley, Oregon. Yakima Valley, Washington State. Lodi, California. Willamette Valley, Oregon. And Anderson Valley, California. What are the three stylistics local classifications based on grapes maturity in Wachau? Steinfeder, Federspiel, and Smaragd. What are the Grand Cru in the village of Gevrey-Chambertin? I have a list here. I read all of it. Chambertin for the best. Charme, Chambertin. Griot, Chambertin. Mazy, Chambertin. Ruchot, Chambertin. Mazoyer, Chambertin. Chapelle, Chambertin. Et Latrissière, Chambertin. What are the satellite appellations of Saint-Emilion? Saint-Georges, Lussac, and Quisseguen. What is or are the grape varieties used in the Aupi Hermitage? Right. What is the name of the wine in the picture, and in what appellation and what country is it located? Yes. What are the common names for each local denomination of the same cultivar? Local name, for example, it says Morillon in Austria, is Chardonnay. Rivaner in Austria, Mulder to go. Keck Frankos in Hungary, Blaufränkisch. Spätburgunder in Germany, Cot in the Loire Valley. Fandang in Switzerland, just last, right? Bergeron in Savoie, Roussanne. Bastardo in Portugal, Trousseau. Which appellation should not be part of this list? There are Saumur Champigny, Saint Nicolas de Bourgogne, and Chinon, and Bonneison. What are the climats in the Grand Cru appellation of Chablis? The answer here I have Le Clos, Bougros, Blanchot, Preuze, Beaudésir, Grenouille, Balmur. Almost finished. Give the appellation of each of these wines. Chateau Talbot, Saint-Julien. Chateau Félan-Ségur, Saint-Estèphe. Chateau Latour, Pauillac. Chateau Briand, Pessac-Léognan. Chateau Lagrange, Saint-Julien. Chateau Figeac, Saint-Émilion Grand Cru. Chateau Rieux-Sec, Sauternes. Chateau Chasse-Splaine, Maurice. De Yquem, Bordeaux, and Chateau d'Issan, Margaux. If you don't know, it doesn't matter. Not everybody knows. French people, they know, but all the others. Gigondas AOP makes red wine only, red and white wines, red and rosé wines, red, white, and rosé wines, red, white, and fortified. The answer was red, white, and rosé. Gigondas. Name the country where these specific vineyards or sub-appellations are located. Gimblett Grevels, New Zealand. Meal, or Meal, France. Lam, Austria. Tocalon, USA. L'Ermita, Ermita, Spain. Cannubi, Barolo, Italy. Okay. I've seen your answers in general, not on detail. I think you have done quite, I could say it's okay. It's okay.
Better than me.
Sure.
Yesterday I thought feedback, so the answer was not completely true. I left blank to fill the correct answer. And also, many of them that were blank was like, was not part of the paper.
You don't have a note for yesterday. No?
Yeah.
That was just an exercise for Monday. So don't worry. Now I've shown that all of you. I think just looking at that in general, I think it was sufficient for everybody, or almost very close to the sufficient. Of course, for Monday you have to do better. You have to try to do better to be sure that you pass the exam. And then the same for. I have to do better this, and then the same. Now I tell you what you have done for the other test. We start with decanting. No, sorry, decanting. Tasting. No, ma sono un'altra parte. Tasting, sorry. Tasting, it was, again, almost all of you, they've done quite well. I mean, in general, it's sufficient. So I think that all of you, you could have the 6, not 5, 6. Or some of you, just few of you, that could have even more than 6, even 7 or some little bit more sometimes. You can improve also that, trying to make a more full description of the characteristics. You have to try to do it. I've seen that almost all of you have found very close to the wine that you have tasted, because many of you wrote something similar to Sauvignon. It was a Sauvignon, in effect. And for the red wine, some of you wrote Cabernet or Merlot. So you were very close to the wine. In fact, doesn't matter if you made a mistake, but you understood what you were tasting. On the description, remember to not use some words that are not clear to understand. And 1 point for almost half of you, you have to write better writing. It was quite difficult to read, some of you, can tell you. So try to do better, because I will not do this good job for your exam. Somebody else will do. So be careful, because if they don't understand, they can make the note. So it's for you, I tell you. And remember to use the black pen, not the blue one. For the identification of beverages, I think that all of you have to do it again, to start to make exercise, because nobody passed the test for that, okay? You have to know. I hope you will do a little bit better on Monday. This is just an exercise that you have to do for the future, for yourself. And you have to know, I think, at least fix how many beverages you have to be able to identify. I think that you have to identify at least 100. When you have 100 beverages, you can understand and find, okay, it's good. Less than 100 is not enough, because there are so many beverages in the world, so you have to try. The other day I did a test in Italy for another kind of of training, and one candidate. So there was malt whiskey from England, from Scotland, that was 15 years old, then Grant 15 years old, and Wild Turkey was a special reserve, something like that. And the candidate made a mistake. He couldn't find the difference between these two variety of typology of whiskey. So this is something that on the nose is very easy to recognize. A malt whiskey from a bourbon like Wild Turkey is very easy. So if you make a mistake like that, it means you don't know. So you have to know. I'm talking about the most easy to find. It's more difficult, for example, to find if you have different vodkas, to find on the nose where it comes from. Poland, Russia, Sweden, I don't know from which country. That is more difficult on the nose. Could be difficult to find different brandies of the world, for example. Some whiskies from Scotland, Ireland, Japan, Taiwan. If you don't have the good exercise, difficult to find them, find the difference. But if you have a whiskey, a rum, and I don't know, a brandy, a cognac, it shouldn't be so difficult. They are so different. At least you have to know. Okay, so forget what you've done yesterday. Now we have to start again to do it. Next exercise for the next one. See.
To smell 11 different liquors and spirits in the bar.
Okay, if you pass the exam, okay, you passed. But maybe some of you, if you would like to do some competitions, better to do it.
Do you have any comments on the essays?
On the what?
On the essays you did yesterday. The written part.
Ah, yes, the essay, sorry, the essay. Yes, the essay now. Same problem for the writing. Please improve your writing. I think I read all of them where I understood what was written. I think they were sufficient. Almost, I say almost, because there were two in the middle. One was really good. All the others sufficient. So it means that it's okay. The way you answered was the right way. So you have just to improve a little bit more for the answer. Yes, that's all. So this is the right way to do it. As I said yesterday, I repeat, the subject will be something of the actuality. Okay? Now, go in tonight and look what is actual in these days. That's all, okay? So also the English, it was okay. So, I mean, the English that you know, it was not so bad. Somebody answered in Portuguese. I don't know which, but I couldn't understand everything. But it's okay. The answer was quite okay, I think, in general.
So, improve.
Yeah, yes, absolutely improve. To be sure that you will pass the exam. But anyway, you have done today, yesterday and today, and so I'm sure you will do better on Monday. Most important, Monday, timing. You have to respect the time, absolutely. So when it's finished, you can't go on.
What we can do, we can explain what happened in the afternoon, maybe.
Today.
Or prepare.
Psychologically, what you have to do.
Psychologically.
Well, you have to do the decanting. And for decanting, everybody can stay, but everybody has to do it. Giusto? Yeah. Because if you make mistakes, I will do the correction immediately. It will help everybody to improve. But for the exam, it will be not like this. It will be one by one. Okay. For the afternoon, for the practical test, will be always personal, individual, not together. And there is also the selling. The selling I explained yesterday. I can show you a video today to remind what I said yesterday. It's an old video, but it explains everything on details. You want to see it? I think it's in English. And these two things, so selling, decanting, and
Food pairing.
and food pairing we have to do, yes.
And the sparkling wine service, no?
Sorry?
Sparkling wine service.
Sparkling wine service, you mean on Monday or today?
Oh.
I don't know. We didn't prepare that for today. I can explain, but it's not prepared for the test today. What do you want to know for that? Because I can explain. What is your doubt?
It's because nowadays they have the surly kind of sparkling wine with Corona
Uh,
and the closure and wax and everything and a lot of segments and how can we?
okay, I can tell you there is not that. Don't worry.
Yeah, but in a restaurant, in a fine like manner, how can we do this?
I have to understand what you want to know because I didn't understand very well. So you have a sparkling wine with sediment.
Yes.
Okay, what you have to do?
Surly style. Because in Brazil, people like this kind of
It's the fashion.
sparkling wine. Huh?
It's a fashion.
Yes.
Okay. Let them drink it. They say. It has been also fashion in Italy in the last years. So, you know, somebody invented, say, the fact that the sediment is better, and people, oh, okay, it's good. Just take this.
But to open that, it's.
Normally, you have to do nothing special, yes.
And do I have to shake the?
No, if you shake it.
No. Because of the sediment. After I open the bottle and.
If it is with sediment on purpose, you have to make sure that there is the sediment also into the glass. If it is made like that, you have to do it. Otherwise, just leave it. But do slowly because otherwise, all the wine comes out.
Or I leave the sediment as a port wine in the bottle.
No. It's something that people have to drink. Okay. You don't have to leave into the bottle. It's different. Which is made on purpose. It's left on purpose to be drunk, not to keep into the bottle. Now, we had come back. We are in Italy for a long time, many years ago, Prosecco. You know, Prosecco is quite a new wine in Italy. Before producers started to make Prosecco after the Second World War, but it started to become famous. It was a wine, so it was a wine only for the region of Venice. It was drunk only there. It's a very light wine to drink all time during the day. You know that it was called small glasses from breakfast go on all day. It's called ombretta, like a shadow, something like. And every time, because I lived in Venice, so everybody, every time you meet somebody, go and drink an ombretta. But the problem what was that everybody wanted to pay the ombretta. So until everybody has done their turn to pay you had to drink. So it was every morning 1 bottle, just like that. But anyway, it was very low alcohol, 9, 10 degrees. It was quite okay. Why am I saying that? Because Prosecco at that time used to be with sediment. And there was a special decanter for decanting to not drink it because it was not to be drunk. They did it because they didn't have the tools to take it off before to do it, because it was not, sometimes it was even fermented into the bottle sometimes, so that's why there was some sediment. And they wanted to separate, not to be drunk, like those people now, they want to do now. So there was this jug, there was, come spiegarlo? It was like un con, una bottiglia dritta, no? No, proprio una caraffa completamente dritta, così. Sì, ma dritta, come un parallelepipedo, però tutto dritto. Sì. Because like that, when you pour it, the froth doesn't come out. If you use one of those decanters, all the froth you can go on. That one stops by itself. So it used to be decanted and then pour into the glasses. That was the real tradition of Prosecco. We can talk about tradition, but in fact, I said it's a new wine. It's not old, like Amarone. Amarone is a wine that was born after the Second World War, before nobody produced it. So it's a new wine. And just going back to the new fashion that we had in Italy in the last years, some producer because they had to sell the wines, so they didn't have time to take out the lees. They said, oh, we have to drink like this because it's better. And it became a fashion. And then you have to make sure that into the glass there are the lees. That's all. Now it's finished, fortunately. So you come back to you.
There's a question. Normally here in Brazil, we learn using the decanter that we have to prepare the decanter for like 20, 30 millimeters. Prepare and clean the decanter, put back in the glass, and then check. On the ASI tutorial, the girl does not prepare the decanter. Should we prepare the decanter while we can, or should we pour directly into the decanter? What is the ASI procedure for that?
The correct way.
The correct way. Because here when you go to competition or formal service in the restaurant, we always prepare the decanter before pouring the wine. But on the tutorials, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, when you say prepare, what does it mean?
Yeah, we just put
some wine,
some wine,
two rings.
Rinse with the wine, put back on the glass,
Okay.
smell it, and then.
This is just after, before the service or in advance, before the service?
That's the portion that the sommelier takes.
Yeah, but before
okay.
tasting, I rinse the wine through the decanter, put it back in the glass, and then I check because I can check both the wine and the decanter condition before performing the service.
Okay, there are two versions, two answers. I can tell you, I don't know which one is the right one. Nobody doesn't know which one, so it depends. The circumstances.
Because, for example, if I'm in my restaurant, I know if I'm here, for example, it's my responsibility to make sure that
First of all, you have to check if the wine is clean. Sure. If you put the wine directly in the decanter and then you taste after, if the wine has a problem, it's a problem. So normally I check the wine with the nose,
yes,
and I put in the decanter, I rinse the decanter, I put back in the glass, I taste, I ask, may I taste? You taste and then you water.
No, perfect. That's the way I've learned. I'm just asking because maybe
if you do this several interpretations,
Yeah, the most common are two different situations. One is this, and one is the other one. But as you said, exactly as you said, which one is the right one? I don't have the answer because different opinions, different explanations. I can tell you what person I prefer is the one that where you don't have to do all this. Why? For two reasons. First of all, as you said, in my restaurant, I know if my decanters are clean or not. Because often it happens that candidates, they answer at the question, why do you do that? The answer was, I have to clean the decanter. So I said, why do you have to clean? Don't you know if it is clean in your restaurant? What's the question? So that's why I always say, you don't have to do it. No, it's not necessary. Okay. But if you said, maybe here, maybe I don't know how they are, I do it. I can accept because you have a good explanation. Because you don't know, you have to be sure that it is clean. Okay. My question at the beginning was, what do you do it immediately before the service or in advance? You said you gave the correct answer. Why? Because if you do too much time in advance, there is a risk of oxidation. Sometimes for some wines there is a risk. So it's better to wait at the last moment and do it. So you say there is not the right answer. The only one answer, there is not. So make sure that you understand the situation and maybe you give the. For example, I think if you do a competition, you don't know which one to choose in the right moment. You make one, the one that you think is right, but you can say, I think you have to say also explain to the jury also the other one because you show that you know the difference. And I think I'm sure they will appreciate it. That's all. Sometimes there are some special things. I can tell you some new things that maybe you have seen in the tutorials. Like you have to switch the candle only with matches. And since last year, the Commission for Competition, they changed. They said, no, we can accept also the lighter. They wanted us to change also for the exam. And we said, we refused to do it, I can tell you. And there is one reason, because it's not because we don't want to accept the new things. First of all, when we started, we decided the matches, because at that time, we go back 50 years ago, the light lighters, they were smelling often, so it was not so good to have in your hands. And it was not nice at the time to show to the customer that you have lighters, because only rich people, they had lighters. This was one of the reasons. But the main reason why we said we want to keep it, because if you look at sorry, in English, the gesto, the way you do it, it shows something nice. It's elegant, the fact that you do it and switch it off. So we said we keep it because it's traditional, but it's nice to look at. Because I make you a question now. Why do you show the cork to the customer during after decantation? Which is the reason?
Nowadays, it's just for tradition.
It's only for tradition. It's not necessary. But often when I ask to the consumer, why do you do that? They don't know. Because often they answer, because the customer has to know if the cork is good or not. I don't know. It's not the good answer, because who knows if the customer knows or doesn't know? You don't know that. So you give the cork for some other reasons. The main reason is for tradition, because once there was a reason to do it, now it's not necessary. We can do because it's a show. You do with the show you do this, and also with the match it's a show, but it's nice to do it, so we do it. That's all. And so other things that has changed, for example, into the decanting, and I will tell you later, but I tell you now also, there are two things that you have to do that before it was not included into the scores, into the steps that you have to do. When you go to the table, you have to think that it's the first time you go to the table. Normally, it's not the first time, but it could be. Or when it is really the first time, you have to present yourself. You have to introduce yourself to the customer. Once we didn't do it, the past. Now it's necessary to do it. And I tell you why. And the second point is, for decantation, you have to ask to the customer, now two things. If you can decant the wine, the authorization to decant the wine. And the third thing is, you have to ask if you can taste the wine. Now, I tell you the reasons why, because you have to know why you have to do it. All this comes from Asia. Because in Asia, countries that don't have wine traditions, and they have different culture, different customs, they always did something like that. Because it was for them normal to do this. Because customers, it happened, I saw it also personally, that if you don't ask decanting, maybe they don't understand what you're doing. You have to explain sometimes why you do it. So that's why you have to ask. I do this for this reason. Why you have to taste you have to ask the permission to drink to taste the wine, because they used to think that you're drinking their wine. Say, why is he drinking my wine? For them it was something not normal. I said, I paid the wine. Why do you drink my wine? So you have to ask. So we decided, not personally, but in the commission, we decided that it was good to introduce for everybody, because it was quite nice also to present ourselves to the customer, especially if they don't know. It's something to have a connection immediately with the customer. So I am here for the service. So that's why we introduced these small things, and why we keep some others, or we don't want some others. These are the reasons. It doesn't mean that it will be always like that. Things they change through the time. So maybe in the next years there will be other changes, but now they are not necessary. And so we do I said the decanting, the matching to the wine also today. For matching, I have to explain how to, maybe you know how to do it, but I give you some tools that you have to use, you should use, and will help you to make a better description of your matching and how to find the right matching. I don't know if you know our methodology. I suppose you don't. No. It's Italian. It's only Italian. But it works very well. That's why, as is Italian, French, they don't accept it. That is real, this. I don't joke. It's real. It's exactly like that. French, not only French, it's also northern countries that unfortunately they don't have any tradition, but they want to tell us what to do. So personally, I can't accept it. No, I can't accept that. English, they tell me what I have to do with wine or with the service. When we have thousands of years of tradition, they don't even know how to sit on the table. So I can't accept it. And I refuse mentally, It's not possible. This. I want to. So my wife was English, so I know what I'm saying. Okay. I learned a little bit of English. Now, a bit is separated, so not anymore, but anyway. You understand many things now. Okay. Now, Daniel. Time is it? 10. Don't know what he wants to do now because.
And then after the lunch, we can.
So I can explain the pairing. Okay. Okay, so I can explain the pairing. It will take 1 hour, maybe. Yes. So now I ask you, facciamo la spiegazione dell'abbinamento allora adesso. Okay, now I ask you 5 minutes because I'm going to drink a coffee. Because now I am like a diesel, I have to, before to start it takes a bit of time. And then we start with I have to show. Sì, spiego il metodo.
L'abbinamento sarebbe meglio cominciare le prove pratiche. Anche il test li facciamo pubblico, sì.
Sì, così, perché gli serve come scuola per imparare, no? Non si può fare. Ma guardi,
Ce ne sono di step da fare.
Siamo solo brutte notizie. Satanino. Mancata ieri la Dolce Bruna, moglie di Franco Allais, storico sommelier di Avignano, solo tua conoscenza. Cioè, è un periodo che
Ma noi siamo nell'epoca giusta.
Appunto, c'è ogni volta che mamma mia, ci siamo.
Allora, parliamo dell'abbinamento,
Sì.
ci prepariamo per fare
Sì.
la degustazione.
No, degustazione.
Degustazione pubblica?
Cioè, degustazione del vino o di cosa?
Delle bevande, tutto ciò che vuoi. O la decantazione.
No, dovevo fare la decantazione.
Allora, dopo questo qua facciamo la decantazione.
Sì. E poi nel pomeriggio facciamo la prova di abbinamento, vera?
Sì, perché arriva a mezzogiorno.
Ok, sì. Se mi fa male sto
spiega
piede.
Così mi organizzo.
Sì, ho bisogno del collegamento. I need to show PowerPoint. Which one?
This one is leggero.
Leggero, okay. Thank you. Because I drink so many coffees, so I don't have to.
Giuseppe, buongiorno, come andiamo? È in spiaggia con una banana che sta prendendo il sole con delle modelle brasiliane, immagino lei, la invidio tantissimo.
Grazie Riccardo, no, non sono in spiaggia perché sto facendo lezione, però le modelle le ho viste le vedo lo stesso, quindi non mancano qui, quindi c'è solo da sbizzarrirsi dove guardare. Niente, mi sto prendendo anche qualche informazione per quanto riguarda importatori e roba varia, e poi quando torno ci risentiamo. Grazie e buona giornata.
Sì, infatti la chiamavo anche per questo, magari porti a casa che vuoi. Giuseppe che le portiamo in giro a fare le degustazioni. Ho mandato, giusto, volevo dirle anche che ho scritto il primo messaggio a Domingo, perché i prossimi giorni ci sarà la degustazione ufficiale, quella che devono fare con tutto il team, e rimaniamo in attesa. Volevo sapere, Giuseppe, forse gliel'ho già chiesto, sì, se ha fatto tempo ad assaggiare qualcosa dei campioni che le ho inviato la settimana scorsa, se non l'ho fatto, dai, immagino lo farà quando.
No, non ho assaggiato, ma gli avevo detto non avevo tempo perché avevo anche in ballo un concorso per le scuole alberghiere, avevo in ballo altre cose, proprio non avevo tempo materiale. E quando faccio la degustazione non devo fare una cosa di corsa, mi devo fare quello e concentrarmi solo su quello. Quindi non volevo fare una cosa di corsa per farla male e doverla rifare. Quindi, come avevo detto, lo faccio dopo, ma il motivo era solo quello, non perché non lo volevo fare, ma proprio perché fare le cose così, tanto per farle, non mi va. E, ripeto, io quando degusto faccio solo quello, mi concentro, non ci deve essere nessuno vicino a me, perché sennò mi disturbano. Se devo fare una cosa professionale la faccio come si deve. E quindi bisogna di farlo veramente quando sono tranquillo e quando mi metto veramente per degustare, insomma. Quindi mi devo preparare psicologicamente, mi preparo anche nel modo di mangiare, tutto perché è una cosa seria. Quindi quando torno lo farò.
Bene, fantastico, ci sentiamo comunque appena rientra.
Cominciamo? Close the door. Please. Ah, pardon. Okay. Are you ready? So as I said yesterday, said that for a sommelier it was important when he started to prepare all the wine courses for sommelier in Italy. We thought it was important to teach also about food, matching food and wine. But at that time, nobody knew how to do it. There was not a methodology. Existed already methodology for wine testing made by the enologist at that time. That was different than what we made later, but nothing about matching food and wine. So at the beginning, so I went few years in France and I tried to study about everything, but also in France, they didn't know how to make match between food and wine. They had some strange ideas, I would say strange, but it was accepted because it came from their traditions. And so it could have been accepted. There were some logical things to follow, the way that we'll see in a moment. But we wanted to do really a methodology because we wanted to do something objective, not like some people used to do, to choose a wine because they liked it or because they thought it was a good wine, but with not a real explanation. So how to do it, we didn't know at the beginning. So we tried to talk between us to understand what was better to do or not. And then we had the idea to, back to Italy, to meet every month in the restaurant that was mentioned yesterday by Daniel. It was not close from my home. And where I worked also some time, I was there for a few months. That at that time was also the president of the sommelier in Italy, the owner. So he said, okay, you come in my restaurant and we'll try to understand what to do. So there were a few people, including me, going there, usually on Saturdays morning, to have lunch and different food and different wines on the table. Try to understand which was the good one. And then once we understood which were, for us, the good wines for food, we try to understand why. Why does it work or doesn't work? And then we found the solution. The solution was put on in a methodology that I will show you. And since then, in Italy, everybody learns like that. All associations, they do exactly the same because they copy to the other one, but the methodology is that one. And you will see the difference between this methodology, I think it's the only one existing in the world, and others that are half methodologies, half not. Different, depending from the origin, that you will understand through the explanation why they are like that. Of course. In Italian. My book, yes. Yes?
No.
See? No, it's only theoretical now.
So explain what happened.
You can look for a book. It's mine, but it's not this point. It's Manuale degli Abbinamenti by Giunti. Okay? This is the most simple one. It's for everybody, but there is also the methodology. First thing, what I discovered, I made the research, of course, also on this. I discovered that the taste is formed by the property of the different substances to give taste sensations. You will see the word sensation will come back always from now. And also what is interesting to know that every period has its taste. So during this research, through different books, through different ages, different centuries, I discovered that food was different. Well, maybe now it's simple to say that, but not everybody knows that. You know that in Europe, in Italy first and Europe after, all food changed after the discovering of Americas. Because many products came and everything was changed, almost everything. So when we talk about food before the discovery of America, it's something that nobody knows exactly how it was. We have recipes, of course, we know, but we can't repeat exactly how it was. First of all, because they are not the same raw materials. There is not the same taste, and they are not the same techniques for cooking, and there were not the fridges for conservation. So it was completely different, and we couldn't nowadays eat what was eaten in the past because of the taste, because the food was really heavy. It was for people that used to work very hard and they needed to eat a lot. Nowadays, you know, it's not exactly like that. So in every period, taste is different. Also, if you look at also nowadays, if you go in different countries, different continents, taste is different. People appreciate it in a different way. Even the same food is appreciated or not appreciated. Similar, what happens today. But how I wrote here, test is the complex of personal and subjective inclinations. So the word subjective, I said also yesterday for the wine tasting, there is always something subjective in us, with us, because it's normal. We are all different, so that's why we first of all, we try to make a judgment through our knowledge. So inclination that characterized an area with specific reference to the aesthetic sense, elegance, style, and refinement. We can talk now about food because referring, first of all, to what is called the classical cuisine that was created through the centuries, of course, in Italy, in Europe, in France, and only at the beginning. And this is the reference, but you know, we know nowadays there are many other cuisines that before they were unknown. Talking about cuisine is a word quite complicated to explain because our concept of cuisine is completely different than the concept of cuisine of, what can I say, USA, for example, because for us cuisine, it includes a lot of products, a lot of techniques, a lot of things that could be done, could be prepared for pleasure and for life, of course, for our subsidiarity. But in other countries where they don't have this kind of tradition, so our tradition has more than 2,000 years. So that's why it's so developed. What is the best food in the States? Street food. Similar street food or hamburger or come si chiamano gli altri? Würstel, no, come si chiamano hot dogs. This is the maximum that you can have. Remember once, yeah, it's true. There is everything, of course, but it's not the same as we can imagine in our country. Once I went to visit my sister. She lives in California. She has a child. Now it's a man. And once was there, and he said to me, "Oh, uncle, I want to offer you a lunch today." Okay, what do you want to do? Come with me. We walked to a street, and we went to eat an hamburger. Just on the street, because there was nowhere to sit. There were many people eating that at lunchtime. So, oh, this is the best hamburger that I eat in this area. So for them, this was the best. Not only for him. I mean, for Americans, it's like that. For us, it's something unbelievable. No, it's not possible. This is something that we even don't consider, you know. For us, food is something different. So this is different concept. So that's why I said we can't really compare things, and people, sometimes we don't understand each other because of such huge differences. And now I have to explain what I'm going, why we talk about in a different way. So the testing of the sommelier, where does it come from and why is it important? It's important function to evaluate and choose, because how can we choose the wines? We choose if we are able to taste and to understand the quality of the product. So it's the same for food. Develop analysis and synthesis skills. It makes you learn a method, of course, it's important. Use understandable language, the right words to explain. It makes you learn how to talk about the qualities and of wines and drinks, and prepare the basis for the food drinking pairing. So sommelier can do it because he has already the basis for wine tasting, so he can improve with food also. Objective, first objective for a sommelier is to taste wines, but as I said yesterday, also other beverages, many old beverages, in fact, and there are different methodologies, different way to taste wines, as you have to do for the exam, or also, I don't know if you have already tried to participate to wine competitions. The way to judge in the wines is completely different. It's made with scores and different sheets and everything is different. But anyway, we can do both. It depends what you have to do and which are the objectives that you want to reach. Of course, this is for other beverages and making, of course, food pairing with different beverages, different food. Now, before we created this methodology, existed already what is called the matching food and wine. But how was it made? More or less, it was made like that. It was not, nobody was explaining how to do it, but it was just normal to act like that. It was from tradition. It is the most well-known and well-appreciated matching also nowadays in Italy, for example, because when you want to make a good match, when you're traveling, for example, as a tourist, which is the best food and the best match that you can have in Italy?
The regional food.
Yes, the regional food, the local food is the best that you can have. Always, never look for something else. Eat what they produce there, what they make is certainly the best one. And which is the best wine to drink? What is produced there? That is logical, because both of them, they were born by the same people. And that's why your taste is so refined in Italy. Many people, they do automatically because of this tradition to eat things that are fresh and good taste. This is something that comes when you are a child, you do it because it's logical and normal to do this. In other countries, not so evident. For us, it's normal. It's something we do every day. Without thinking, it comes automatically. And that's why the traditional way of matching is certainly the best one, all the time. Even if the appearance is something that, it can't work like this, you try, it works. Now, for seasonality to enhance food and wine, each season has different, used to have, now it's different, used to have different food, and of course you drink different wines. As I said yesterday, when it is too hot, you don't drink some wines, or the opposite, when it's cold, you drink other wines. It's the same for food. So this is a way to enhance the properties and the qualities of both of them, depending on the season. Could be poetic. Poetic, it doesn't, what does it mean this? I found in several books through the centuries, starting long from the Romans now to nowadays, that matching existed, in fact, because they talk always about food and wine. But of course, as I said at the beginning, we don't know the taste, because we don't know the taste of food, but we don't know the taste of the wine. Because do you know how wine was made through the Roman time? It was made, it was kept into amphoras and added with honey and sometimes spices, left there for a long time, and then when they used to go for drink it was a bit thick, and that's why they used to add water to drink it. The methodology that arrived now till nowadays sometimes to make wines a bit lighter. Anyway, this was the way to make wines. So you can imagine the taste was completely different. We have the name, maybe some names they remain, but the wine, no, absolutely not. So that's why through these books I found this kind of matches between food and wines, and I said they are poetic because the writer, they wrote. Sometimes it was real, sometimes it was invented just to write something. So we can't really take them as real examples, good examples, just to know that they existed. But I repeat, nowadays it's completely different. Then there are pairing that are conditioned by the fashions and taste of each time. Like we said, the sparkling wine with sediments nowadays, or some kind of other wines with food. depends on the period. It changes often through the time. And when there is a fashion, you can be sure that after 2 years will change to another fashion, but something usually remains. And through the time, it becomes something classic or something that is part of the tradition. From there, through the research, I found, because I wanted to explain the evolution, that's why I made this kind of research, starting with the English school, French school, and Italian school. You can already imagine the answer, but now I explain why. Because I really made the research on this, so I know and I saw this. My research has been taken into many other books in Italy, so they copy every copy. Because nobody did the research, I did. So well, it means it was appreciated because they didn't know how to explain this, probably. For me, it was important to have an explanation, so that's why I did it. What does the English school says? It's a school that is pragmatic because it supports the absolute independence of every choice. Only a very deep knowledge of the matter authorizes to propose pairings. What does it mean all this? That only if you are rich, this is the main point, you can buy what you want and drink what you want. And then you say this is the best pairing. Talking with English people, you talk with them, it seems you are stupid because they know. And they make you feel stupid. I don't know anything. So, because, this is the best food, this is the best wine. And what is it? For example, this is foie gras. And what is the best wine to drink? Only Chateau d'Yquem. Who can buy foie gras and Chateau d'Yquem every day?
Yes.
So this is what they think. So it's something that you can't repeat for everybody because it's impossible. How can you explain this to people that they never had foie gras and they never tasted Chateau d'Yquem? It's impossible. So it's something that doesn't work at all. It's subjective. And their way to explain things is still there nowadays. Because if you go to, have you never heard about English cuisine? Exactly. That one, this one. And beer and no, there was, I can tell you, on Sunday, the parents of my wife, they used to make the traditional dish for Sunday only. What we call roast beef, no, the piece of beef cooked in the oven with come si chiama? Don't remember now. Something pudding is the pudding beside the English pudding, something like that. That's all. This is the maximum that you can have. Or turkey for Christmas. You know, I don't like turkey personally because it's not good for me. It's a bad taste. And so you can imagine how is the cuisine in England. So of course, rich people, they could have had something else that other people couldn't have. So maybe and in fact, they have good wines in England because they can buy them. It was a tradition, and so on. But we can talk about pairing, English pairing, it doesn't exist. But they teach to everybody how to eat and how to drink. That's why I don't accept it personally, because they can't tell me what to do. So it's not possible this. Now, French, at least they have some tradition, okay? But there is one bad point, that is this. The French pairing is based on personal taste again, follows a poetic approach because they always make a lot of grandeur in everything, dictated by is real, but nationalistic considerations on the choice of wines and food produced in France only. So everything else is not interesting. Only what is French is good. This is what every time they try to sell with their products. They are very good on that. In marketing, they are excellent, but doesn't exist only French food and French wines in the world. This is the point. But they can't explain why other products are interesting. They do sometimes because they have to say it, but they don't believe what they say. No, you confirm it. No, so I can say it. Now, I found a book that was written a long time ago by Raymond Dumais. And I found that he wrote some rules about matching. I found that interesting. That in fact, it respects what is the traditional service in high restaurants. And in fact, it was something that we used. I used personally, but I didn't know it. It was a rule, in fact. I discovered reading this book that says, no great white or red liqueur wine with game, is what he says. We can agree or not, but in fact, it's a rule, this. No great red wine with fish, with white fish, sorry, brought in wrong way. And we can understand why nowadays, we can understand this, because there are some, the taste is not good at all. Wines must be served before red, white wines, white should be done good. White wine should be served before red, it's logical also this, there's a logic on this. Light wines before strong wines, again. Fresh wines before those at higher temperature. So all logical things. I think we can accept it, we can follow it, of course. Now, the wines must be served with increasing alcohol content, okay? Match its wine with to each dish, if possible. And nowadays it's possible because many restaurants, they offer also the wine by glass, okay? Serving the wines in their best season, it's another good point, I think. Separate each wine with a sip of water to create harmonization. We have seen yesterday, it would be interesting to do it, because what I didn't say yesterday about that when you are eating, and you have not only wine, but you have also food, so the matching, there is water, food, so water, wine, and food. How does it work? You chew something in your mouth to follow with some wine, that is the real match, and then immediately after the water, dried water that matches with the wine, okay? And then you have a real excellent harmonization of all different tastes in the mouth. So everything, all sensations, they are enhanced a lot, and in a good way. So it's good to drink some water, and never serve one great wine on important occasion. So if you have a Chateau d'Yquem, you must have before other great wines, not Lambrusco or not just normal wine. So this is, everything is very logical. I think everybody can accept it and you can follow or not, but if you do it, it's not wrong, I say. But they don't say the reason why, the real reason. They don't go deep. And then don't teach methodology. But this was a book written by, I don't know if he was an expert or not, but the book was quite interesting. And that's all I found in France for many years, or nothing else. So we have finally the Italian school. That is based on technical scientific approach with qualitative and quantitative assessment of the feelings of food and wine perceived with the five senses. So it's completely, you see, it's, there is everything there in this explanation. So we talk about quality, we talk about quantity, we talk about the feeling of the taste, in fact, of both wine and the beverage and the food, and we use the five senses to make this appreciation and to enjoy it. So both we have the technical things and the technical explanation. They are based on scientific explanations. So they are not. We made a lot of deep studies to understand how to do it and make a methodology that everybody can use. And it means that it's something repeatable, because if you teach, say, if you want to teach something, it must be something that everybody can do. Otherwise, something only personal that could be interesting to listen, but it's finished there. It doesn't go anywhere else. So this was the book, but the new one, this is the old one. And this school is based on, the methodology is one, but it's based on two different, it's called principles, yes, that are called similarities and contrasts of sensation. So what does it mean? That finally we discovered through the experiences that I said we did in this restaurant for a few months, that we have to take into consideration the all sensation that we have in the perception of different sensations into the mouth, and then try to understand how they work together. And we understood that they work in two different ways, depending on which food, but they work together in any case. There are similarities, for example, which is a similarity. If I have if I ask you, but you know the answers, I'm sure. If you have a dessert that contains sugar, which is the best wine, a dry wine or a sweet wine? Sugar with sugar. This is similarity, for example. And the contrast is exactly the opposite. If you have tannins, what do you need in the other side? What, sorry. Yes, also fat. Fattiness mainly, the best is oily sensation. Fat is acid. Acid, fat, for the word in English. Yes, this is how it contrast, but with the contrast you make an harmony. So in this case we have both similarities and contrast, because it depends which kind of food you are talking about, so or wine. And once understood this, you can make any kind of matches between any kind of food, any kind of cuisine, any kind of beverages, because all methodologies that I've done after this, they follow this principle and it works with everything. You can accept or not, but if you try, you will see that I'm right. I do since 40 years, so I know how it works and what doesn't work. So target, the search of the harmony taste olfactory. Let's see. So we have to know the methodology, appropriate terminology, sensitivity of tasters. Okay. Why should drinks be harmonized with food? Must be a reason. The harmony between wine, beverages, drinks, and other substances depends on chemical combinations and precise sensorial rules. So if we respect them, as I show you the French, what the logical things of Dumais, it's the same. There is some logic and some good common sense to use together. It works. Because it's true when French, to defend themselves, they say it's impossible to make a perfect match between food and wine. They're right. I have to say they're right to say that. Why? Because the perfect match doesn't exist. Really doesn't exist. Because it depends on different situations. Using a methodology or not is exactly the same, the final result. Why? Because it depends on the ambience, it depends on your feeling, it depends on the situation, it depends on which kind of food, it depends how you feel that day during the taste. So it depends on so many things that it's impossible to say this is the best one, absolutely the best. It's certainly a good one, but one day you feel is the best, the other day you feel it's almost the best. One day you feel it's so-so. So it could happen also like this. But through this methodology, you will have always a result that everybody does the same, could agree, easy. It's not something that's only your opinion. Something that it's like wine tasting in wine competitions. There are many judges tasting the wines, and they try to choose which are the best wines. It happens to me once. We organized in Philadelphia, in the States, for 3 years, a wine competition that was called Star Wine. And I was in charge there of something, of course, on the organization. And it happened that one jury had to taste a flight of wines of Amarone. And all the Amarone, almost except one, they were eliminated. So they said it was not a good wine. No. So it's not possible. It must be something wrong somewhere. So first of all, I checked who did the tasting. The jury was made by only Americans from the States. Said this is the first problem. They don't know what they are tasting, because for the Americans from the United States, good wines, they are wines that have been into barrique long time, and you can taste and smell barrique. So for them, these are the good wines. So if they don't know what they are tasting, they can not make a good match, a good evaluation. You know what I did? I took exactly the same wines and I sent to another jury. The result was exactly the opposite. Same day, same wines. So that's why doesn't exist a perfect combination, but with a methodology and with people that they are trained also to do some work, because if you ask the common people, maybe they don't know how to do it and they will not understand, but you do it, and so you can agree easy. And that's why we have to have methodology and terminology that is used almost in the same way, at least, to understand each other. Otherwise, we don't talk the same language and we don't understand each other. Then there is also, in the tasting matching, there is also the hedonistic pleasure and harmony, because this, as explained a few minutes ago about food, wine, and water, you have a real harmonization of all the three products, and you can do it with wine, any food, and you can have the same result. This is the hedonistic pleasure of the matching, that everybody can do it. And of course, there is the quality. We always talk about quality, harmonization. It means that for experts, as sommelier is, we always look for quality. We don't, if something is not interesting, we don't talk about the product that is not good. Because common people, they say it's good or it's not good, but for us it's different. We have to use different words. But if something is not good, it's not interesting to go on with the tasting, because it's a waste of time. That's why the quality of harmonization is very important. Always to taste good products, to have a good palate, and to memorize the good things for the next taste. Important, as I said yesterday, for wine and other products, is the balance of the taste. Every product is good when there is a balance, either beverage or food. So it's the same for the matching. If you have a good balance of the taste in everything, you appreciate much more what you are matching together. So it's important to make this.
We serve two waters, sparkling, about the sensation.
See.
Exactly the same temperature. I would like to know if the first is chilled than the second, or vice versa, about the sensation. The temperature is exactly the same. Okay? Then you tell me the number one, the number two is more chilled than the other. The second is not. But the age is Professor, you're number two is chilled than the first.
Non sembrano uguali. Freddo. Per la temperatura mi sembra uguale. Per la percezione sembra più freddo il secondo.
Spiegando che la seconda è la cambucchiera, quella che ti ha fatto vedere ieri,
ecco.
che è naturale, questa qui è carbonatale.
Beh, più piacevole la seconda. La seconda è più buona. No, va bene. So we are siamo sul tema. So the balance, also you see the second water is on the taste, in fact, is more balanced than the first one. Also, this is important. Food analysis for matching. So we have the important. When you receive a food, there are some visual stimulations immediately, because if you see something well prepared, well presented, you have immediately some stimulations. And how do you understand it? the perception of these stimulations, visual stimulation. How do you understand there is something? When you, in the right moment, think that in your mouth you start to have more humidity, more salivation. This is the stimulation because you start to appreciate something even before to eat it, because you look and it seems that it's good. So preparation, presentation, it's important. You see nowadays how they work the cooks a lot on presentation, because they have to attire the attention immediately of your head, not the stomach. First your head. That's why you start like this. Then you have olfactory stimuli, not for every food, but many food they have aromas. And often, even if somebody says it's not nice to smell what you have in front of you, but if there is a nice, a good aroma, food aroma, you smell it. And also this helps for new and other stimulations before even to start to really to eat. And then the taste stimuli, they include the 4 fundamental flavors in the mouth. And then you start to eat, and then you start to appreciate direct taste and aromas on the back of your mouth. We use for this a sheet that is called identification of the sensations. As you have the identification for beverages, we have also this for food. And it's divided in 3 parts. The main part is the central one, that is so the first, now you don't see very well there, but this part is just the visual, at the beginning, what I just explained, the visual part and the olfactory that you see, and you start to have some stimulations. You have some also with the olfactory to smell something nice with finesse, with complexity sometimes of the aromas. And then you start to examine it, to make the relevation, to relieve or to find which are the sensations into the mouth. It's a very good exercise to do it, so to find the salinity, the bitter perception, the acid perception, sweetness, aromatics, spicy, juiciness, sweet perception, fattiness, persistency. Sensation that we can evaluate with a scale from 0 to 10. It's a conventional number, of course. It's not real, but it's just to understand the intensity. And we say intensity, and of course the persistency, that is the last one, because yesterday I said the persistency is very important for wines, but also for food, because they have to work together. Otherwise, if you don't have one or the other, it's not possible to make the match. And at the end, when you have found all the different sensations, perception of these sensations, and the level of intensity and persistency, at the end, you make the evaluation about the structure of the food, little structure, almost structured, or structured, and the balance that is important is the balance of the taste, scarcely balanced, fairly balanced, and balanced. At the end, you have the harmony of the sensorial characteristics, disharmonious, fairly disharmonious, or harmonious. This is the full individuation. You find all the different sensations, sorry, and the level. So this is just an exercise, of course. It's not that you have to do every. Once you are used to do it, you don't need to use this, but it's just how it works. Important to look and find all sensations, because only like that you can understand which are the other sensations on the opposite side for the beverages to match together, to create the harmonization in your mouth.
What's the difference between sweetness and sweetness?
I'm going to explain it. Yeah, everything explained. I know it's a question. Good question anyway. Eh?
Our base extraction was based with Mercadini.
Sì, questo. Yeah. So yes, Mercadini. So Mercadini was the one that signed the first methodology through which I work together. That's why I have this. But this is a bit changed. I could say improved since he did or we did at the time. So it has beginning of the 80s, yes. Yes. So after, it was normal to have some changes, because it was not perfect at the beginning, but it was already something. And then through the time, we understood it. We had to change something, we changed it. Anyway, this is how it is now. But basically, we started that time together. Now, we have made also some terminology for what it is the terms and score for food and wine sensation. So we have the wine here, on the left, with the intensity and persistency that we have to know, intensity and persistency always. And this one is the wine gustatory characteristics with score evaluation, because we need some words to use together with the food. And what is also this is very important because we have again all the different sensations into the mouth with the level of perception. As I showed in the other one, there was from 0 to 10. Here there is again from 0 to 10 the whole evaluation. And each sensation could be evaluated from 0 to 10 with these words. The word that we use is perception. I know it's very small. But just, I hope you. Yes, that's the idea to understand how it works. So this, what I've taken into consideration for this, but it's now not to explain everything. Just a few things. It's important when we make the analysis of food to understand also how it has been cooked. If there are different ways of cooking here, there's just few of them, of course, there are others. Which are the sauces or condiments? In Italy, we use olive oil or normal vinegar or balsamic vinegar. In Asia, they use mainly the soya sauce. You know how is made vinegar, oil, olive oil? Classification, okay. Butter, of course, also a lot of butter. Cured meat, a lot of in Italy. Different kind of salami. So now I don't stop on this. Now, which are the food that we take into consideration often, more than others, are pâté and terrine, are salads, vegetables, legumi, classification, pasta, different kind of pasta, dry, with broth, ravioli, with pesto, with tomato sauce, pasta, different kind of pasta, long, short, or small. Food, soups, different kind of soups, different kind of risotti, spices, not so many in Italy, but some, eggs, fish, different kind of fish, shellfish, cephalopods, eel, salmon, and sturgeon, meats, different kind of meat, different origin, like cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, poultry, rabbits, game. Interior, not know quite, I can't say common, but they are still using a lot. Mushrooms, different kinds of mushrooms and truffles. Cheese. Which the country? What is the country that has more cheese? Italy or France? Of course, it's Italy. Now they've been good for many years, French, to make advertising that they produced hundreds of cheese. They used to say 1 cheese for every day of the year. So it means 360 cheese. In our classification, we have more than 500. So it was not true, but people, they believed it was that. And if you go the recently reclassification of cheese in the world, in the first places, they are Italians, they're not French. So it's not me saying that. So. And well, cheese classification is quite complicated because there are different kind of classification through the humidity, the fat content, the duration of the seasoning, type of milk. So now I don't enter into details, but it's like that. Pastry products, different kinds of pastry. That maybe you know some of them. You know them, good. Gelati, of course. And gelati also. Oh, just one question. You know that it's possible to match wine with gelato? You don't know or you know? I can tell you it's possible. No. Quasi. Very close what you said, but I can explain just 2 words because I wrote a book also on that, how to make match between gelato and wine. And I did on purpose that. You know why? Because in the other association, they used to say that it was not possible. So now I said I'm going to show that it's not true what they say. So I did. And it's real. So I made the classification of 3 different kinds of gelato, of ice creams. Sorbet, what is called gelato ice cream, and semifreddo, parfait. So the 3 different levels of gelati. And I can tell you why it's not possible a match with sorbet. Because to make a match, if you look this methodology, we need at least 3 sensations. Which are the sensations with the sorbet? And sweetness, that's all. 2. We have only 2. And we don't have the third one. We could have a little bit because it's cold. And with the temperature, you don't feel the persistency. With 2, it's impossible to make any match. But with gelato, yes, because we have the fattiness made by milk or eggs sometimes. So we have 3 sensations. And then, of different flavors, we can make the match with wine. With parfait, with semifreddo, we have more sensations, we can make better matching. And what is interesting that I tried also with the temperature to understand what was good or not good for the match. And I discovered something. The ice cream, or all ice creams, gelati and semifreddo, kept at the same temperature. It means in Italy is minus 18 degrees. If you taste them immediately, one after the other one, sorbet, you feel is very cold. So you have the really thermical sensation in the mouth. It's not possible to match any wine. You taste the gelato, you don't feel so cold. The temperature is the same, but the feeling, perception is different. It's cold, but not too cold, and okay, you can make a match like a wine. When you taste parfait, exactly the same temperature, you don't feel just fresh. You don't feel that it's cold. So it is all this, the temperature, the feeling, the perception of the temperature helps to make a match with the wine. So sensation made by the ingredients, of course, raw materials, and the temperature. Except sorbet, that is not possible. So ho dimostrato al contrario. It's interesting to know the sorbet, at least you know that it's possible. Cocoa and chocolate. Also, with chocolate, they used to say it's not possible to make match. We know it's possible, depending which wine, of course. Now, which are in details, which are the perceptions into the mouth? Now, explain the answer to your question. Sweet perception, we have rice, risotto, or rice. Sweet perception is something that you feel the sweetness, but there is no sugar. In fact, almost all food, they have sweet perception. I show with rice because it's easier to understand immediately. Pasta is the same, for example. But if you take meat, with meat, if you don't put salt, it's sweet. The basic taste is sweet. So we say sweet perception. The bitter perception, you have a dark chocolate, you know chocolate, so you know what it is. The bitter perception. We use the word bitter perception because, in fact, the bitterness is not a taste that is appreciated all over the world. In Asian countries, they don't like at all what is bitter. They don't eat. Italy is an exception because we appreciate bitterness. For example, coffee, many people, they drink without sugar because we appreciate the bitterness. We have the liqueurs that are called amaro because they have the bitterness. They have the sugar also, but normally amaro means bitter. Bitter Campari, you know. So the bitterness is something that is part of our taste. So we don't mind. We like it as another perception and another sensation. Acid perception is something that is not common, but in some food there is. Here you have some cabbage, the white cabbage that is krauti. in which is added also some vinegar, and that's why you feel more the acidity to eat with Würstel. So it's another sensation. Sapidity, sapidity is made mainly with salt, and more salt you put in food, more sapidity you have. Oiliness, normally our reference is olive oil, but we know that in the world there's not only olive oil in general, gastronomical oil in general, because if you use just the word oil, it means petrol. This is different. Juiciness, we have some meat that has been cooked in the oven long time with the addition of some liquids. Liquids could be olive oil, could be wine, could be broth. So cooked for a long time, like braised meat in general. So you have a lot of juiciness because it's given by the addition of several liquids, but also when you chew into the mouth, there is some juiciness coming out from the meat itself. And the more you chew any product in your mouth, you have less or more salivation. If you drink a dry biscuit, you need salivation to swallow. So you have salivation. That is the juiciness. It's different than meat, of course, or than a braised meat, but this is the juiciness that could be made only by salivation or salivation plus the one given by the product that you are tasting. This is the meaning of juiciness. Spicing, different spice, they give spicing, they have two different sensations. One is the taste of the spice, that is piquant, and the other one is the aromaticity. Some of them, they have a lot of this. Fatness, they have the butter, but also the olive oil, it has some fatness. Of course, you have to understand which one you want to describe in the right moment. Some food has, some meat has a lot of fatness. Pork has a lot of fatness. Then we have at the end the sweetness that is made by sugar. Sugar, honey, what is something like that? Because it's the real sweet taste made by sugar. So the two words, perception, makes this difference. And last one, the umami. That maybe you know already. This one that was discovered in Japan long time ago, more than 100 years ago. That is the taste that is given, to make it simple, if you taste the soya sauce, especially the aged soya sauce, not the normal, the one that we use every day, it has a very complex taste in your mouth that covers all the taste, and this is what is called the umami. That, to make the examples, in Italy we use the quite old Parmesan cheese. It has almost the same taste because it covers all the mouth, the taste. Or we say also you can use some glutamic monosodium, that one that is used for make broth.
Which part of the tongue you can feel the umami?
In which what?
Part of the tongue.
All mouth. It covers all part of the mouth. That's why the Provocato Parmigiano, the minimum, I could say 36 months, for example, quite old, you can have this kind of sensation in the mouth. Oh, there are some negations, something that is not good to make the match. You have to know, like just vinegar, normal vinegar, citrus fruit, yogurt, fresh artichokes, raw artichokes, in fact, salads with vinegar and or lemon. This is just to give you some examples. Make a match with, when there are this kind of products, it's better to not drink wine because it will make a bad taste in your mouth. So finally, we discovered or rediscovered the sensations that were in the limbo. Nobody used to talk about them. Now we know what they were there for, and we have to use them to make. First of all, it helps for a sommelier to make the explanation. When I said yesterday, you have to motivate your explanation. You have to motivate your matching. You remember I said that? This is what you have to do. You have to use this word to explain why you make a match. So through the sensation that you have from the wine and through the sensation of the meal, you can explain why you made that kind of match. And this is the, what I say, technical but also objective explanation that everybody will understand, because even those that they don't know this methodology, but once you give an explanation like this, nobody can say it's wrong. It's impossible to say it. They don't have argumentation to say it's wrong. Sorry, bevo un po' d'acqua perché I have to drink some water. Now, this is what you're going to use later, I think. Yes. When you're going to do the match, we are going to do one matching today. This is this table resumes what I explained. In fact, we have on the left the food sensations, and I used 4 different colors to explain. And on the other side, on the right-hand side, we have the wine sensations. So the black one, the words in black are what are called the similarities. The contrast between them. So fatness with effervescence and sapidity, sweet perception with acidity, succosity with alcoholicity, spicy aromaticity with olfactory intensity, sapidity, bitterness perception, and acid perception with smoothness into the wine. Now you see that there are two different blue, almost blue. The sweetness, sugar with sweetness, sugar. So food and wine, they must be the same. Persistency and aromatic taste, exactly the same, must be always the time. All the time they must be there for any kind of match. And you see oily and tonicity in red. Why? In fact, it's a contrast. But I wrote in red, to show in red, just to tell you something that is important to know. It's said sometimes that red wine doesn't go with fish. Have you heard something like that? But if I say that for cooking you have to use the olive oil, for example, so it should be possible to make match with red wine, right? No, it's not right. It's not right. Why? It should be. With meat it works very well, but not with fish. Not all the fish. This, let's say, doesn't work with fish, because not all fish, but many fish, they have some fatness in their body, right? This kind of fatness doesn't work with the tannins. Together, they don't make a match, they make a fight. Making a fight, they produce a bad taste into the mouth. This is the main reason why red wine, the tannins of the red wine, doesn't match with fish. This is the explanation. Even if there is olive oil, it doesn't work at all. But sometimes it could work when red wine is used to cook fish. I give you an example. In Bordeaux, they have a traditional dish that is called lamproie, la lampreda. That is a horrible fish. It's like a serpente that lives vive più grosso, che vive nel fango, so di terra. I had once, because I have friends in Bordeaux, so I said, oh, today we are going to eat something special here. So it's a fish like the eel, you know, the eel. Eel, it's already a noble fish because it has a strange earth taste sometimes, you know that, not always, but because it lives there. And lampreda, that is in the estuary of the Garonne, it has that taste 10 times more, because the water there must not be very clean. So I don't know, but it has a very bad taste. So when they cook this fish, as in Bordeaux, the main is red wine, they used red wine, but the reason was to take away and I don't know what they had. They cook for a long time, so long time. You have to kill this taste. They had also some fruit. Normally they had some prunes. You can imagine the final test is you eat, it's okay. I mean, it's not bad. But the main thing is to take away this bad taste, earth taste that is not so good at all. So there is red wine, and then you can really match with red wine in Bordeaux. It works very well. Or try a red wine, which, for example, with the worst one to understand why it doesn't work. Try red wine, tannic red wine, with shellfish, of lobster, for example, scampi's like that. It's terrible because they contain a lot of fatness, and this fatness really make it's so a sort of metallic taste in your mouth, so it's very bad. Or
Also the sauces are very much important.
yes, of course.
If you make a turbo plain grill and you go with the tomato sauce, cake,
It changes, yes.
olives,
Yes, I swapped when I had sauces there. I didn't explain. Anyway, sauces, I talk a little bit about the way of cooking, but also what is most important are the sauces. Because in fact, what is conducting you to the choice of the wine is not exactly the raw material, but it's the sauce that really makes the change for the wine, to choose one or the other. And it's also important to know. So this kind of methodology helps a lot the sommelier to do it, but I say it tells much more a cook. And I give you an example. It happened several times in Italy. The first time we explained this methodology for in our courses. We had sometimes few cooks coming to listen, to learn. And I remember this happened really because it was also published in the main sul Corriere della Sera, not some time ago. There was a cook at that time coming, there was Cracco, perché è Cracco, no? It has been a very important, one of the most important chefs. And used to come to these wine courses and to learn how to make the match. And people there, they used to say to him, but why are you coming? This is for sommelier, not a cook. It's not necessary for you. So, and me, I was defending him. I said, no, it's important for cooks to learn this because they have to understand what they wanted to understand at the beginning. It was not only the match, but it was how to understand the balance of the taste. Because as I said at the beginning, the balance of the taste is very important to appreciate a product and then also for making a match. So the idea was to understand how to find out the balance of the taste to make a good dish and then make a good. The idea was that. So me, I was saying, no, it's right to come. He has to do it. After 30 years, in the main Italian newspaper, in an interview, this cook said he remembered that and he said that in the answer, and he said it was thanks to me that he could finish the course and learn something. But me, it was just normal to say that it was right to come, was not because to tell you that how it's important to know all these things. Because, why I say this? Because when a cook, now when you want to make a match, you work in a restaurant, for example, you want to make a match, and you have to sell some wines, it's good to have a good collaboration with the cook to understand which dish they could prepare for a wine. Because the wine could be not an excellent wine, but it's wine that you have to sell for several reasons. So if you have the right match, it's easier to sell, to propose, and people appreciate it. So both chef de cuisine and sommelier, they have to know how to work together through this methodology. It will help both to do it, and it will work very well. Questions about this? No. Okay. Almost finished this part. This is the last graph that we use for the methodology that resumes all the methodology with two different figures that will appear there to show, we call the graphic to make the visualization of the sensations. Now we'll show you the next one. And then immediately when you see it and what happens there, you immediately know if the match is good or not. And then you can try to see if it will work or will not work, depending. I will show one. I have just one about something, but it just is to show how it works. This was coffee with water, in this case. And you see how it's made. In this case, it shows a good match. And how you understand is a good match. What you have to see and look immediately are all around the level, you see. This is the intensity of the sensations. If you see the contrast, and so on the horizontal you have the contrast, on vertical you have the similarities, they have the same level, See, same level. It means it's a good match.
I used to explain normally
Well, the inferior one. What is the first one?
this is the structure of the wine, and where sensation in the opposite side of the wine, that are these two lines. So this is acidity or alcoholicity, acidity, and sweetness that are alcohol in wine. So the opposite of this line we find in the food. Exactly the opposite of the acidity, we have perception of sweetness and fat. So if you join these two different things against one, you have the second slide that you are explaining.
Yes.
The other
This
one.
is for the exercise. It's for the exercise. This, but it explains. It explains very well everything. You have everything there. And why we did this? This is what Mercadini did, in fact. Che poi non l'ha fatta lui, lo sai questo? No? No, te lo dico. Sorry. L'ha fatta fare un suo amico, però io non lo sapevo come fare. L'ha detto a me, cioè, suo amico architetto. No, me l'ha detto di qui. Something that we don't have to tell, but I know what happened behind. Anyway, it doesn't matter. This we see?
Which wine you want to serve? We didn't decide. Think, and then tell me.
Allora, si può fare un abbinamento che va bene o che non va bene. Normalmente uno che non va bene mette un rosso. Tannico. No, no. Beh, rosso. Nella prova dell'esame era rosso apposta perché uno dica che non va bene. So this exercise should be good to do. We have to do sometimes, of course, to memorize exactly how it works. But through this methodology, we've done a lot of new things, helping people to understand the matching. In April or May, there will be a new application coming out in all languages of the world about Italian wines. That is something really extraordinary. And there will be the matching with food also, with this, using this methodology. So all matches that you will see, they will work because they are made with this methodology. You can try any kind of wine, you will see. It's free, you don't have to pay for that. So, but it's something useful for a sommelier because you have an answer immediately what it is, if you don't know. Because if you know, you can do by yourself, but sometimes you don't know everything and you have to look, check something to make sure that it works or not. Anyway, this, I've been quite fast to explain this. Now it takes more time to do all details. But just to give you an idea why we say this is what we should do to explain what is the match to people that they want to learn something about gastronomy, about matching, about sommelier, about cooks, and everybody that is interested in gastronomy, enogastronomy. Do you think it's a good one, even if you didn't know before? But I think it has an explanation, a logical explanation on this. Some people they say that no, it can't work about all food. I can tell you if it is true or not. This way of saying, because I haven't tried yet all food of the world, but I've tried many, and until now it seems it works also with other kind of cuisines. I think it's more difficult to make the match with food, with other beverages except wine, because, for example, Japanese they make a lot of promotion of sake with food, but if you try sake with food, it could go with some, but not with everything. Wine goes with everything, almost everything. So I think it was a good research, this, and something that will help to improve the matching for not only for sommelier, but for many people that they've done all these wine courses that are made in Italy. There are hundreds of courses like this using this methodology. So if it has had such an important success, it means it means something. Okay, now we are going to do the real match. See, so this match that you are going to do is the one that was into the diploma of 2023. Exactly the same. So what you have to do with this match is to understand what it is, the food, being able to describe the sensations. Now you have some tools to use to do it. And you will have a wine, and you have to, what you have to do, this was the test, you have to say if the wine goes well or not, and why, with the reason why, yes or why not. And in any case, propose an alternative, whatever you want. It means any other beverage, could be a wine, could be something else. And again, explain why. Because what we want to know is the reason why. This is the sommelier. It's not just a name, the reason. Because it's what customers, they have to know to appreciate something. Because you have to stimulate them to appreciate a product, and through a good description and good reasons, they can appreciate or not. Do you agree? Okay, thank you.
What do you think about the starter or spirit?
Okay. I can't say using this method, but using this idea, it works also with some spirits. Not all of them, it's not possible. I could tell you, I tried many of them. I also wrote a book about matching grappa, in Italy it's grappa, with food. Is possible, but it's limited. It's like matching coffee with food. When I did the work for Nespresso, there are 3 books that explain all this. It's possible, but not with everything, with some, and some explanations. And also cook devs who collaborate when they make something so different. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Because the best match is born with wine, food and wine. This is it's where it's the only one that works all the time. Other beverages, it's a bit forced sometimes because we want to try. It could be, but not with everything. Why? Because in a spirit, what there is, a lot of alcohol. No tannins. We need tannins often with food. There is smoothness, yes. Acidity is low. Sometimes there is, sometimes low. So we need acidity. They have a lot of persistency. So a lot of alcohol, a lot of persistency. And this is too much. With almost all the food is too much. Only with some food it works. And I've seen it, for example, in northern countries of Europe, where they cook sometimes some game, adding with the seasoning. They use also for cooking some spirits, but they add a lot of jams, marmalades, something sweet. So it gives, no, with game you need something to cover the strong taste of game. Both together, they have a quite, for us, quite funny taste. And some spirits, they could go, but only for this reason. That's all. And what we really, I think they not go very well, they are spirits that have been aged for a long, long time. Because they have such a lot of complexity that it's better to taste and drink them as they are. But this is what I think, not really for make a mess. Yes. Flavors, yes.
The balance is very hard.
Yes. On the nose, could be. On the taste, not so much.
And if we, the cognac Felicia, the concert for the conference in Paris, and they put a lot of cognac in the berries, the dinners. Sometimes it's very good in the flavors, the match.
Yes, but you know, when sometimes all these producers, they show something like this. It's good what they do because they want to show that their product could be. But it's just an example that you have to take just an example. It's not something that you can do every day. Wine you can drink every day with food. Spirits, I think it's impossible every day. Sometimes with some food only. Yes.
E aí fica muito mais familiar também. As 6 centímetros, vai pegando alguma 3 litros, você vai ter 3.000 litros, mais prático. Eu fui conversando com o Google, volume para a barriga, volume para frente, fazer contas. Eu tive algumas cadeiras no faculdade que me ajudaram a isso, apesar de odiar. Eu esqueci. Essa aí eu vejo assim, 100 liters, milliliters, legal. Because for us, milliliters is not always the norm, but in Europe, most average is 10 liters. So for us, it's easier to convert.
Okay.
Like barriga and.
We always have to add a zero, because for us, everything, all our calculations basically go on milliliters. So we always have to
I see.
Just double checking, because yesterday I took more time to convert than to calculate.
Tomorrow, everyone will do the same test, the same exam, the same test here.
Yes.
One for everyone.
Yes.
And it will be three things that we have to do: a pairing, a selling, and
decanting.
And the decanting. Those 3 things in 50 minutes.
I don't remember. I have to look because I haven't seen the sheets yet.
But those 3 things.
Yes.
Decanting, selling,
and matching.
Okay. And we will have a menu for the matching.
I don't know. I can tell you. This is part of the exam. I can tell you.
And everybody is the same. And about this grade, there will be they will film us and send the video for another person to grade, or the grade will be given here at the base.
No, everything will be given to the International Commission to do it.
Okay, the jury here don't grade this.
No, we do something here, but just without the final scores, just some indications. Everything will be done by other people, because it must be the same all over the world. This is the reason.
The same pattern.
Same criteria everywhere. Otherwise, there are differences. To avoid differences, it's made like that.
Yeah,
that's why there is the film.
The jury here is more soft than
exactly. This is the reason.
A Japanese jury.
So you are sure that what will be done will be exactly the same all over the world, because it's made by the same international commission, same criteria, and same people that work on that for the whole year. It's not just somebody just like that. We work every month, every day about exams, about preparation. So we know what you are going to do. I don't do personally, because I don't want to do it, because I'm the director of this, and I want to stay. I want to stay neutral. I want to stay neutral and decide if there are some problems. I decide. No problems, they do the work. If the result is clear, I don't have to say anything.
How many times will the results be released?
I have to tell to everybody this. Yes, I can tell you when, because I know the date, almost the date, almost. So I tell to everybody, so everybody will know. So there is a moment. So there is, first of all, a question, and I'll explain you what you have to do. Don't test anything. Not yet, not yet, not yet.
I need one more.
Yes, that's why. Wait a moment. Now, I was in question. I answer now for everybody, because it's for everybody. Is when you will have the result of the exam. So I think that on the rules is written after 2 months, more or less. I think something like that. I think is written. Anyway, I can tell you more or less the date, almost the exact date, because the final decision, the commission will do the meeting in 2 weeks' time, and 3 weeks, I think. And then the work will be finished by the 15th of April, the work. But normally the results go first for the approval to the Bureau of ASI, then to the President, then will be published and for the candidates. So this is all the steps. So it will be by the end of April, just thinking. So beginning of May, you will have everything. This is what will happen. This is the reality. Now, what you have to do now? You have a dish that is called, exactly, good. So you know what it is. And you have a wine. The question is, what is the food? So you have to explain on the test what is the food. And you have a wine. You have to make the match with this wine and explain, as I said, if it goes well or not, and the reason why. And then make the alternative. Now, you do by yourself, and then I will, to make it easier, I will ask the answer, okay? This is the exercise. No, non ce le ho. Se vuoi. No, perché nell'esame non c'è. Se io no chiedo così. Sì, perché non l'ho fatto perché nell'esame non c'è questo. Quindi è solo una spiegazione che loro devono capire come funziona. Sì, ma non c'è la scheda. Non c'è, quindi non lo posso spiegare. Per quello che è inutile. Cioè, inutile, non è inutile, ma non serviva. Is it good? I didn't test it. Is it good or not? I don't know. Yeah, I don't like this. It's not my taste, but I will ask in one moment. Just make your opinion, your answer. Yes. Sì, ma non lo assaggio. Che a me non piace. No, ma era quello. Sì, ma so cos'è, quindi ma non fa niente, a me interessa che loro capiscono che non va bene. Tu come lo trovi? Mi rovino il gusto. Proprio è una roba che non riesco. Sì, lo so, ho già provato, io ho già provato, ma non vado oltre. Non va. Quindi anche questo non è buono, quindi proprio è un piatto che non vuole il vino.
Io volevo mantenere un portoghese
Quindi qui va bene solo il pesco.
Ci vuole un vino bianco.
Ma neanche, no, anche il beef. Io metterei il pisco e basta. Che è la cosa migliore da mettere. Poi puoi forzare la mano con un vino bianco, toh. Ma pisco sour, però no, è vero. Prima mi ha chiesto uno se può mettere distillati in abbinamento. Sì, è possibile con alcuni piatti, questo per un esempio. Non tutti, però. So, have you made your personal opinion on this? So, first question, just do like this. Is it good or bad? So, good, look like this, or bad like this? Good? Nobody. Bad? Everybody. Okay. Everybody agree. So, very simple. Okay. It's not good at all. Now we go back to what you asked me before, which is the alternative. Could be one alternative, could be the spirit.
Aromatic white wine.
Could be, no, could be no, not a wine, but could be, for example, a pisco sour. This is we work very well. You see, this is just an example. So now what you have to do, it will be the same on Monday. You have a dish. I can't tell you which one it is, but it will be easy. Don't worry. You have to say which wine you should go. You will see, good or not. But you have to explain the reason. This is what you have to say. Here, why it's not good? You have to explain why. Why it's not good. No, first of all, which are the sensations that you have with this dish? If you look at that, you have the acidity, spicy, in order of intensity. So it's the acidity, of course, spiciness, of course, fatness. You have the sweet perception. No, sweet perception, okay, and aromaticity, and persistency. So you have all sensation that difficult to match. Or first of all, for the acidity. Now, this is what you have to say for the dish that you will have. Why? Which are the sensations? And you see, and you have this, and this. So it's not difficult to do it. Following this methodology, easy. It's what you have all the time. You should do like this. Now, the wine. Which are the main sensations of these wines? No, yes, okay. Acidity, tonicity, not too much, but there is some. Alcohol, smoothness, okay. And persistence, medium persistence. Now, you see already that the sensation of the wine are lower as intensity as this. So it makes a problem, this. But you try, and which is the one, there is one sensation that really make the bad match. There is one. The bitters is the tannins. Tannins. Doesn't work at all. So red wine, no. White wine, maybe, depend which one, of course. Spirit, see, yes. Like the logical and local match is pisco. It works. Both normal, straight pisco or pisco sour, perfectly. Yes. You see, sometimes you don't have to be surprised if wine doesn't go. This is exactly an example.
Fresh young Sauvignon Blanc from Chile. Would I consider this original variant?
I say yes, but the real answer is not yes. Yes, because it's from Chile, it could be. But first of all, Sauvignon is not an autochthon wine from Chile. Second point, Sauvignon, it depends. You know, Sauvignons are very different in the world, even in Chile. It's not exactly the same because it's the variety like that. Could be, I think, but I have to try first. But I think just about the sensation could be a Sauvignon, but a late harvest Sauvignon. Sauvignon.
I thought maybe a more acidic one, like
no, no, less acidic, because you have already a lot of acids here, so you have to have something smooth in the other side. So that's why I say late harvest, because you have more smoothness with more of alcohol to make more longer persistency.
One question. My first thought was Mosel also like it because of the sweetness, the aromatic, also has spiciness. But I always think when I have a very acidic dish, to have also at least the same level of acidity on the wine, so the wine doesn't look flat. So that's why I thought of the Mosel.
Mosel and Rhine Riesling are perfect. I agree with that. That explanation is good. Good. So you have understood how it works.
And this will be done on Monday by writing or talking?
I can't answer to this.
Fair enough.
Because it's already 50% of the test. I can't. You will see. But this was the test on 2023. Was this? I tell you, I don't like this kind of dish. This is my personal taste. But once there was one dish that I liked a lot. I proposed it, but I liked it independently, but everybody loved it. I tell you what it was. It was a dish created by my chef de cuisine. It was spaghetti. You cook, you make it cold. So cold spaghetti that you season with caviar, and a little bit of chopped onion on the top. Nothing else. Pairing with champagne. It was a good match. Everybody did, and everybody was happy. That was a good match. This we did on purpose to make a not a good match. So you have to check, can be every time the same. Monday will be different. Okay? I explain you everything. So. Okay? Sorry, they did. Okay, that's all. Okay. So now I can explain. I have to make a draw somewhere. Moment. Ok, metto qua. You can see, you take a picture. Aspetta. No, ma mi ha chiesto una cosa, gliela spiego.
The problem is, they gave a lot of courses in Brazil during many years.
I know.
With in the support Brazil. And at the end, they fight for some reasons, and they said, okay, this person can't use the username anymore, and he was giving courses with the username. So my doubt is, I always go to Europe to do courses, and they ask for my CV when I send the application for the course and everything. Should I put these courses in my CV, or it's a bad thing to show there? Like in Italy, when I go to a course in Italy, it will be worse or good?
That's a good question. I explain first what is all this, and then the answer will be at the end. Okay? Because it's easy to say yes or no, but I want to explain first. In 1965 was created the first Italian association called ICE, of which I was member, and I was the president. I've been also the president. That is the main sommelier association in Italy. Actually, has about 50,000 members. It's a business. Me, I'm out of it. I left it. In 1970 was created FISA. From this, somebody fight. And I said, no, we make another association. They made FISA. FISA had the purpose to create sommelier working in restaurants, hotel. In fact, they didn't. Because, now they have around, I think, 15,000 members, something like that. Why? Because they didn't respect their objectives. As ICE didn't, too. But ICE was born in a different way at the beginning was only for person working in restaurant only. Through the time they changed. What was the change? In 1984, they changed and they opened to everybody, 100% to everybody. From there started going down as a quality. But from that time until the 90s was created all the system of the wine courses, on which I am one of the one that created them. The most, I think, mainly they created by me. And they were so good that since the beginning, Fisher tried to make some copy of what ICE did, but ICE was not so good until the 80s. So from the 80s, with all the courses, fees, so we made, I started to make books and everything, so it became very important. So they started to copy, but they always made the bad copy. What does it mean, a bad copy? You know, when Japanese they copy, they want to copy good. No, it's what they do.
They did a Chinese cooking.
They did the Chinese one, always. And they could have done better. They could, but they never did. Because for them it was good like that. In fact, their wine courses, they always been low level, not professional. Never. In Italy, when there is somebody that is Fisher, normally doesn't know anything. It's just a title. I am sommelier. Nothing. Because they never did something seriously. They made some one or two books, I think they copy again, but in fact, how they make the courses, they are not made with professional to make the professional. It's just to make business. The bad is that every area has its own president. It's a chaotic thing. It's not something. And they did because of some people of Fisher that they came to Brazil. They make something in Brazil because for them it was the territory of conquista. They wanted.
In the end, the person that used to come here, I think he was not representing.
No, he did just try to make a business. Yes, I know him. Because when they started to come here, at the beginning I came to do it, not for this. I came to do for the University of Caxias do Sul because I did it. I opened that wine course, but then because of that person, they swapped to Fisher. Not to me, by me, I didn't care about that. But they swapped to Fisher and said, oh, this is very bad for everybody. And they did because they wanted to make business. Only that. And that's what they did. And they're still doing now. So what happened? This is the association that became strong because of the organization, because a lot of teams, because of good didactic. But then they made another bad change in the time. They decided to come out of the International Sommelier Association. In 2002, I think, they came out. And then from 2002, ICE was not anymore with ASI. As I was president of
nobody was with ASI in Italy.
No. But what happened? That me, I was president of ICE and president of ASI. And when I finished my time, 8 years as a president, the new president said to me, but you should do another association now in Italy because ICE is out. They choose to go out for their business. You should make a new one. I didn't want to do because I knew the job to do it. I already did for 40 years here. So 40 years I was there. Then as I was also teacher and I had many students, I said I have to do something for them for the future and maybe some profession that they want to be into in a professional association. That's why in 2007, I created ASPI that became member of ASI. But the link is always me, that has always been from, not because I want nothing against the other association, only because we needed a professional association as it is.
And they have lost this character of professional association.
Yes, they lost completely, both of them. They show, but they don't really, if you look, what they do is terrible. But unfortunately, as they are known because they exist since long time, people, it's easy to go there because they are everywhere. We are not everywhere. In Italy, but not 100% everywhere. So people, they choose where it's comfortable because in Italy, many people, the mentality is, oh, I want the diploma of sommelier, but they don't want to be sommelier. They just want to learn something. And they're easy to get the diploma because you get the diploma. But with us, yes, you can get the diploma, but you have to do something seriously. And that's why we are the only one to have the official recognition by the ministry and by the law with everything. We are the only one. So this is explaining everything. Okay.
Yeah.
Plus we are with the SI.
Because every time I get confused, like there's a lot of associations.
Yes.
Because
But now,
in Brazil we have just a BS. In Brazil
yes.
we have this one.
But do you know how many associations exist now in Italy?
Okay.
It's a chaos, totally chaos. So the only one that represents really the profession is this. Finished. All the rest is just business that they do by themselves or something. This is what. Now, as ICE is well known, FISA is known, but has a bad reputation since always. To show that your FISA is not a good reference.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
That's I wanted to.
Yeah.
Nothing against them because I know them. I know who they are, so I don't have anything against them. But if you are a professional, to show FISA, okay, you can do it. You say, okay, I did at that time there was nothing else. I did this. You can say that. Nothing to say. But then you have to say something from ABS, for example. You have to show the ASI diploma. So this is what is. It has a reputation. Okay, that's all. I repeat, nothing against them because I never do.
Very, very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ok.
Allora, abbiamo un'oretta, un'ora.
Sì. Oh. No, aspetta, Dani, aspetta, è questa. Vogliamo questa. È questa, non quella lì. È questa.
Adesso cominciamo con il sharing task. Ok? Ci sediamo al tavolo, dico il mio nome, mi presentarsi con il nome e fare la dissertazione. Poi ritorno là e viene si può. E dopo facciamo la declamazione. Quindi lo già. Ti faccio vedere il video? Sì, sì, sì. Come l'esperienza. Please. Questa è stata la nuova traduzione. Ah, sì. Adesso? Perché famiglia non è copy questo qua. È stato solo quello di copiare così. È sempre uno. Normalmente lo presentiamo, non lo abbiamo in piedi. Io non lo guardo sempre. Vedo solo una frase. Se marchi lo slice, tu cosa usi? Sì, vai. No, vai. Lascia vai. Ok, quindi quello devi lasciare. Quindi questo rimane. Certo, questo e poi via via faccio una pagina per esempio. Copia, e guarda come esce. WhatsApp, sì, vengono per passare. Poi facciamo domenica, dai.
No, devo vedere se funziona.
Funziona. Ma se tu copi tutta un'immagine, riesci a inserire l'immagine?
È quello che non so. Vabbè, poi devo sistemare. Perché non so come si fa. Perché su diversi che abbonamento. Io ho fatto quello che so. Quindi non ti permetto di fare. Mentre invece se fai non so cosa interessarti, quindi per ora a me non servivo. Quindi così te lo puoi fare, poi magari lo sto una. Sì, sì, io non posso prendere tutti insieme, quindi per fare tutti insieme ci sono non so se c'è lui,
Prenditi caffè, relax. Questi qua loro sono loro occhi noi.
questi non timori che difficili, magari allora Toscana è più difficile. Io ho 3-4 aziende che quelle che so che potrebbe consigliare.
Depois, na parte final, dos negócios a mais. Foi sorte não, você deve ter falado muito.
Are you ready? Hopefully. Okay, now, before to start, always, before to start the first task, with the cell, I show you a video. Say, so just listen very well, and it's that. Solo 5 minuti, perché poi lì non serve più. Ok, so watch this video.
For the ESI diploma, the setting task was evolving around vintage, but not common of vintage. The actual question was, the client you know likes to celebrate his birthday with a great wine at an intimate.
Aspetta che non capisco. Devo cominciare da capo? Di più non posso io.
Of grand, he said, that is the best choice. Then we had the picture of this beautiful bottle of Grand 1963 vintage bottle. So what was expected from you as a candidate? First of all, in the question, you need to listen to the question. In the question, it's a birthday, so it's a celebration. The first thing to do is happy birthday. Make it special for your client, even more special than usually. Furthermore, you know your client is born in 1963. Therefore, you want to convince him that 1963 for his client's vintage sport is the best way to celebrate how he became the great man he is, because one word you have to avoid is old. This is not an old wine because that makes your client be an old client, and that's not something your client wants to listen to on the day of his birthday. So what were we expecting from you? Yes, explain what a vintage fruit is, because your client may not be as familiar with the fact that it's fortified wine from Portugal, from a very famous house, which is Grant, and 1963 is a fabulous vintage. There might not be many bottles like that left in the world. We were not expecting you to go too much in depth in what this wine tastes like and what it should be, because very few of us have actually tasted this very rare, fabulous wine. But you need to warn your client that this wine is a vintage port, therefore it will need to be decanted because there are sediments in it. And you need to offer a great food pairing with it. You don't have to make a full meal with it, but you have to make it the centerpiece of your of the celebration of the birthday. As well, there was extra points to it if you propose to open with a port tongue, because that makes a show for everyone around the table. So the most important was to focus on the birthday and make the client feel very welcome and very tempted to buy this fairly high value bottle, but it's something unique as well. It was a moment to remember your client that he is born in 1963 and he loves wine. He knows there's not many regions in the world where he will find a decent 1963. Therefore, thought Valley of Zulo produced a wonderful vintage in 1963, making it one of the very rare wines in the world that could celebrate his birthday. So that's what we wanted. The smile, making your client feel special because that's a special day, and explaining him that what to expect from a 1963 vintage port, something fortified, sweet, mature, smooth, and great food pairing, and making it a celebration for him and his friend. Also, it's an intimate dinner. It's going to be a unforgettable one. Cheers.
Okay.
He's not British, he's French.
Yes. Yes. Okay, that's all. This is to introduce your next task, no, the test that you have to do. So I think it was very clear. It's exactly what you have to do with this. So more clear than this, I can't.
You can do.
It's
We
up
are
to you.
waiting you here.
Okay. What I'm going to do, we take note of what you're going to do, and every time if there are mistakes or something, I will tell you. Okay, so everybody will learn about some mistakes, probably or not, depends. Ok? Adesso però questo lo devo togliere, o lo devo tenere.
Se no non riesci a
Ma serve adesso.
registrare.
Ah no, no. Sono le gambe. Ok.
Como vocês querem fazer? Na ordem daqui para lá, de lá para cá? Posso chamar aqui por aqui? Como é que vocês querem? Quem é Cláudia? Pode ser você? Então vou fazer a ordem de chamada que está aqui no meu papel.
Mi servono le schede.
Cláudia, então. No, don't worry. So just tell my name, please. Your name, my name, no, your name.
My
No,
name is
questa mi
Claudia
serve.
Oliveira.
Moment, passami le schede. Ok.
Ok.
Allora, il suo nome è?
Claudia di Oliveira.
How many times do I have?
4 minutes. I give
Now
you,
I will tell you everything. Now. Let me check if it is the right one. I read what you have to do, but in the same time, you read the same. It's the same here. You have to read because I will say only one time, as I said yesterday, because the exam will be only one time, and you have to read. So you to make sure that you understand. Okay. I give you this.
when you're ready, you tell me. You have 4 minutes.
No, aspetta, lo devo dire io.
Dici tu, ok?
Comment. So a table is similar to that one that we've just seen. A table is celebrating the birthday at the host born in 1969. Okay. You have a bottle of Madeira 1969. So you have this. How will you attempt to sell it to them? This is the question, and then you will have 4 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So this is here. You can read it here. And 4 minutes. You can start.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Claudia Oliveira. I'll be your sommelier for this evening. I understand that you have a special occasion, right? It's a birthday, right? Who is the host here? Yeah. You will be the host? Okay. So I have a suggestion for today. It's a wine. I'll be with the bottle. Do I have to show you? Yeah. It's a bottle of Madeira Cercial, 1969. It's a very special wine for a special occasion. I don't know if you know this kind of wine. It comes from sorry. It comes from Madeira. It's a fortified wine made with the grape Cercial. Cercial in the range of sweetness in the Madeira wines. It's not too sweet. It has almost 40, 50 at the maximum of sweetness. It's a very special wine from an old producer. These producers have a style, more classic style of the Madeira wines. Today in Madeira, we have only 8 producers. These producers is still producing many wines. It's not related to my family.
No,
it's not
you are
why
not so
I'm
lucky.
Yeah, that's not why I'm offering, but I'm offering because it's a very good option for a celebration. It's a very special wine. It's difficult to have some wines from this vintage in the menu restaurants. So that it's my suggestion for aperitif or for the dessert this night. Would you like me to open for you?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. How many minutes?
2 minutes and 8 seconds.
Okay. So okay, you have finished. Okay. What does it mean all this? That you haven't done enough.
Okay. Yeah.
Because you have 4 minutes. There's reasons because you have to use the 4 minutes to explain many things. So, for example, you didn't talk about the birthday too much. You have to talk about birthday and repeat maybe twice, 3 times. It depends. You didn't talk about the food and beverage pairing. Why should we drink it? Just like that, or because you have a special dessert, for example, or something else.
Okay.
The position in the meal, appropriate pairing, this for this, or others in case you have other proposition and the alternative of what you are proposing. You can talk about some organoleptic characteristic of this wine. So you said something very general, but for somebody that doesn't know, in fact, I said no on purpose to make you talk more. So you have to say more. So about the organoleptic sensation, it means from the color, the nose, everything you can say. So it takes few seconds to explain all this. And then the style, you said something about the style, but you can say probably some more. Maybe comparing to other Madeiras
like
produced in the island,
with sweeter and
for example, just for example. Then you repeat again that for the birthdays, the right wine, that nothing else is better than this, for example. So you have to invent a little bit something, but something credible, of course. And then that is a rare bottle, that as we saw in the video, you can say that, for example, use the right terminology for the explanation, that is important. And you did something good, that was the attitude was good because you had friendliness and friendless and smiling, that was good. Okay, for the rest you have to improve.
Yeah, I forgot the pairing.
No, I tell you what you have to do. If you do the exam on Monday, this is what you have to do.
Okay. Thank you.
You do better next time.
Okay.
Thank you. Bruno Cias. So just remember that you have 4 minutes at your disposal.
Okay. A table is celebrating the birthday at the host born in 1969. You have a bottle of Madeira. Is there? How will you attempt to sell it to them? And you will have 4 minutes. Ready?
Excuse me. Good afternoon. My name is Bruno. I'll be the sommelier responsible for your service in this evening. I would like to ask, who is the birthday? Congratulations on the first hand. Before I discuss the wine recommendation, I would like to offer you an entry on the house to celebrate your birthday. And when talking about the wine, since you were born on 1969, I would like to offer a very rare vintage of Madeira Cercial, same vintage as your birthday, which is a very rare wine. And Cercial, it's important because it's the drier style of Madeira. So I would recommend us to start the dinner with this Madeira wine to celebrate this great occasion. And also, Madeira wines are very difficult to find here in Brazil, for example. So for us, when we cellar these wines, they have a great aging potential and they normally develop a lot of complex aromas. So they often enhance an evening and especially a celebration. So it's not a wine you will open every night. This is normally separated for special occasions. For the first dish, I would like to suggest some vegetables and also some white fish. So we can have normally we have some hazelnuts aromas on the Madeira Cercial. It's a very pale color. It's very friendly, and I believe is the easiest style of Madeira for someone that never tried before. That's why I chose the Cercial for your birthday. because I don't know you are familiar, but for sure you're going to have a great experience. And if I have to, if you want me, I can tell you a little bit more about the Madeira region. It belongs to Portugal, and they have a great tradition. It's an island of Madeira, which I highly recommend you to visit. They have a beautiful landscape, a lot of mountains, and the gastronomy is very rich. And those wines are wines that are made to age, and are made to age in a grateful and cheerful way. Those wines are not always well integrated when young. So as we mature and become more pleasant as a person, so this is a Madeira wine. And I believe that it's also not only for birthday. In case you have a son and you want to find a vintage to give to your son when he's 18 years old, a Madeira wine is also a very good option. I have many in my cellar which I can offer you. So you can also have a celebration once your son or daughter becomes 18 years old. That's also a very good recommendation for Madeira wines. Yes.
Time? 9:44.
Use more time.
You have more time.
Sure. Yeah.
On Monday, I don't know how many. I don't know the time, but I think suppose it's the same. It's the same.
It's the same.
To check because I don't know. Okay. It was quite good, and the only thing that I think you should do is remember that everything is recorded.
Okay.
So there is somebody watching this.
Okay.
Other people, minimum 2 people, minimum.
Okay.
But sometimes are more people. They check again. That's why it takes a bit of time to do all the work. More smiling.
Okay. More friendly, cheerful.
Yes.
As we will be.
Yeah. Because to be happy because it's a birthday.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will keep that in mind too.
This is what. Oh, one thing that I didn't say in these 2 days, do you remember that you have to bring your own corkscrew? So what is there now? You don't have to use. And the matches, your own personal. So they will be there, but you don't. No, we take them away to be sure. So you must have them. There are reasons why we ask to do it, because normally works. If you work in a restaurant, you know that if you use your own tools, it's much better than using something that you don't know. So use yours. That's why. Remember to bring it. That's all.
Thank you for this. Fundamental. I'll improve for Monday.
Okay. Good.
Next one is Alessandra.
Secondo come si chiama? Bruno.
Sì. Vem fazer o selling, ok? Então, Vinícius. Quem não quiser fazer, que não faz, aliás, a prova de diplomação, se não quiser fazer, não faz, tá? Não tem problema nenhum. Obrigado por eu esqueci. Letícia, você também é. Você vai fazer a diplomação segunda-feira?
Não, agora.
Mas se você quiser fazer, você faz.
Vado?
Good afternoon.
Allora,
Mr. Vinicius.
the table is celebrating our table, in fact, is celebrating the birthday of because normally why is like that? Because normally there are people seated and the jury somewhere else. That's why it's written like this, but now we are the same person. So the table is celebrating the birthday at the host born in 1969. You have a bottle of Madeira. This is the picture. How you attempt to sell it to them. And you have 4 minutes.
Perfect. Good evening. I'm Vinicius. I will be your sommelier this evening. May I ask whose birthday is it? Congratulations on your birthday. I understand you were born in 1969, so I have something very special to offer you this evening. It will be Madeira wine. I don't know if you're familiar with Madeira wines. Madeira is an archipelago from Portugal. So it's an island, a huge island close to the coast of Africa, more than the continent in Portugal. And there they make the most delightful fortified wines. So I have to I want to offer you is a Cercial from 1969, the year of the birth. The Madeira wines, they are fortified and they have an oxidative aging. So they will display aromas as dried nuts, dried fruit, some honey, some spices. And this comes from the aging of these wines in contact with the oxygen. These wines and this wine style, it remains us from the times of the Greek navigations. The Portuguese, they went to in boats, big boats, around the coast of Africa and then to India to search from spices and other goods to sell in Europe. And during these trips, they took some wines with them. And some of these wines, when they went back to Portugal, they were better than when they went to Asia. And these wines were called Torna Viagem. So they went to Asia and as they went back after 2 or 3 years of travel, they were better. Madeira wines, they fortified wines, they try to emulate this style. So they have contact with oxygen. They are frequently aged under higher temperatures than regular wines, but this gives these wines a very special character. The Madeira wines, they are divided in sugar levels. So we have from dry to sweet. Cercial is the driest style of Madeira wines. You won't feel much sweetness on it, so it's slightly sweet, very acid. It pairs wonderfully with a cheese. I'm going to offer you to pair with this wine. It is an azeitão cheese from Portugal with some nuts and honey. As an entree, it will be amazing with this wine. And this wine also has something special to it. I don't know if you have repair on the label. It doesn't have a paper label on it. It is painted on the bottle because these wines can age for a very long time on the bottles. People from Madeira usually say they are eternal, and I hope you live many years, so you can enjoy a lot of Madeira wines. So the label is printed on the bottle so it can resist the time. Another thing from Madeira, it's a very small region. They have less than 500 hectares of production, so it's a very rare wine style. As fortified is one of the main style of fortified wines around the globe. And these wines, you can have one now. And if you want to come back in another birthday, in another year, we'll still have some of these bottles to offer you because they age beautifully with time. It's a unique wine style, and also apart from Cercial, we have other Madeira styles. So if you want to try another time a sweeter Madeira or from different grape varieties, I will be pleased to serve you with this kind of wine. This wine is from Pereira de Oliveira. De Oliveiras is a small familiar winery from Madeira. There are only 8 producers of Madeira fortified wines today. And Pereira de Oliveira is the one with the hugest collection of older wines. They bought some wines from other producers in the region, so they have a large collection of Madeira, even from the late 19th century, so the late 1800s. They have some of these wines to offer, and these wines can age a lot. In particular, this case is a frasqueira, so it's a Madeira wine that has aged in wooden barrels for more than 20 years in an aging system they call canteiro. So these wines.
Okay. Okay. I think it's all complete. Yes. Right time, perfect. Okay, a lot of information, good information. He said, I checked, you said everything what you should have said. You have full points.
Thanks.
All the
Thank you.
Sim, né?
Okay. So our table is celebrating the birthday at the host born in 1969.
All right.
You have a bottle of Madeira, 1969. How will you attempt to sell it to them, to us, in fact? And you will have 4 minutes to do it.
All right.
Ready?
Ready. Good evening. Welcome to our restaurant. So I'm Letícia Bittencourt. I'll be your sommelier for the evening. I heard you're celebrating a birthday today, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's your birthday. Congratulations. I hope you have a nice time here at our restaurant. And we have a nice selection of old vintage wines, special bottles, which are not very easy to find. So I heard in advance that you were born in 1969, right? And we just happen to have one last bottle of a very special Madeira wine. It's a island south of Portugal, near the coast of Africa. And it's a fortified wine that I would suggest for you to start your meal. And this wine is from a family, a very traditional family of producers. They're in their 5th generation, and it's still in the family. They keep producing in the Madeira Island. It's a very unique wine with intense flavors that reminds of nuts and dried fruit. And also, I think it's a great opportunity since it's not every day that you can find a good wine from our birth year. And for every wine lover, it's always a great opportunity to find a wine from our birth year, and a good one that will have withstand the time, all the all this this time. It's a bottle that is over 50 years old. So I would, so I would like to suggest you this wine to try. We have a cheese platter with nuts, and it would be a nice pairing for this wine. You could start your meal with it, and you can carry it on to the other courses. It's a white grape, but because of its long time aging, you see a more intense color. So it's not your regular white wine, and you feel this complexity that it's in the color of the wine that gets darker with age, and the aromas that get more complex with age. I think it will be a very nice choice to celebrate a special moment like this, and a great opportunity since it's our last bottle. So I would recommend this wine for you. Shante.
Okay.
Thank you. Very meaningful.
Okay. Now, I have to, I heard that you made some kind of matching. Exactly which one would you like to do as a matching? Which one would you propose? You made one or two different, I think. Propose the same one.
A matching for
this wine with something.
Maybe
she told cheese and nuts.
Cheese and nuts. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, normally this wine, this kind of wine should be suggested with dessert. It's dry, but with dessert.
Yeah, it's not too sweet. It's not sweet wine.
No, I'm just telling you what was expected, but doesn't matter. But if you propose something else, you can. Of course, it's good to do it, but you have to focus your matching with dessert first, and then the alternative could be you don't want dessert, you can have this. In this case. Okay.
Even though it's a dry wine.
I don't know if you know some desserts, cakes that could pair with this kind of wine.
Maybe a fruit cake, like a dried fruit.
Dried fruit cake, yes, for example. Yes, it works. But what you said is correct anyway. Right. And this is for everybody. Don't ask questions to the jury. Why? Because jury cannot answer. So
as you want.
No.
You like as you want.
Yes, so don't answer. It's not necessary to do it. It's also written here, but also on the next one. You don't have to make questions because what the jury has to listen is your explanation. So try to make the explanation without questions. Right. Because the question was made for you, for the candidate. The candidate has to answer. Doesn't have to make questions. Just it's not very important, but if you do like that, it's better.
And be calm.
And calm.
Yeah, I was very nervous. I've never done
today. No necessary. Maybe Monday a bit more, but not necessary. Okay.
Okay, it's the first time. Next time I'll be calmer.
Better get experience with.
All right. Thank you.
About question.
Yes?
Not question.
Of course, in a real life situation, we cannot suppose information about the guest. We have to know, like the birthday, who
Yes, but you know, I show immediately.
we
Show the-
just
show
have
me
the
immediately.
information, and so that's okay just to do it all along.
No, because I try to do immediately so you know exactly, but you can ask that,
You
of
can
course.
give me my birthday address.
So,
So we have Luis Ottavio now.
it's going not bad till now.
Very unusual in contest to make the selling best. But for us, it's very important that you keep this very clear in your mind.
We know that is not exactly real what we ask here and what you have to do when you are doing, working. But for us, for the jury, not for us, we have to understand how able you are to do it. That's why it's like made like that. In reality, it's not exactly like that unless you have, I think, you have more confidence with the customers that you have time to talk. Because normally you don't have so many minutes to talk with customers. So, but this is the fact that the jury wants to know if you have the knowledge, sufficient knowledge to also the ability for selling and the knowledge.
Okay.
Again, so our table is celebrating the birthday at the host born in 1969. You have a bottle of Madeira 1969. Sell it to them. You will have 4 minutes.
When you're ready.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Luis Otávio. I'm a sommelier. Happy birthday, sir. We're very happy to have you here in this special date. I look in my cellar, and we have a very special bottle for this occasion. It's a fortified wine, and it's from the same year of your birth, sir. It's rare we have good wines to have this aging and bring some complexity. And I think this wine is the better moment, like you, sir. It's very complex. This wine have a lot of dried fruits, honey. This is a Cercial from the Oliveira 69 vintage. I think this wine is more wine for meditation than pairing. I think in the final part of the dinner, we can open this bottle, and I think this wine you need to, of course, celebrate, but it's very special, it's very complex, and the persistence is very long. You need to have drink and pay attention, because the wine goes and the finish is very long. I think it's hard to pair with some dishes, because this wine is in the best stage of his life, and I think you don't need more than this beautiful glass of the Cercial 69 from the Oliveiras. So we have a very special price for this bottle, because it's hard to sell Madeiras, but I think the occasion is special, because we have just one bottle. It's your birthday year, and I think is the right time now. And you put this wine in sleek glass. I think we can drink it in 18 degrees Celsius, and I think is a bottle of Madeira is for two people. it's a lot. You can take this bottle and bring for your home and drink with your family too, because this wine tomorrow will be great, like tonight. And yes, a lot of time, 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, it's not bad. Now, a few considerations.
Yeah.
When you talk with customers, you don't have to move all the time. You have to stop.
Okay.
Be calm.
Calm. Yes. Look at the customers, not the paper or the bottle. Always the customers, okay? And show the bottle or leave the paper there if you want. But this is important that it's a conversation between you and the customers, not between you and we don't know who. You don't know. Okay. This is very important to feel the customer that you are taking care of them. This is not the good relation to have. When we have been talking about price, it's okay, but not really necessary. If you do, you have to be more soft on saying it because you don't know if customers they can pay or they
don't care. The price.
No, we don't care, so we don't have to say. You can say, I have this bottle, but in any case, we make a special price for you because for your occasion. Just like that, it sounds better. Okay. For example, and the explanation should be more calm. This is important, and be more fluent explanation. Not
talk more about the region.
Yeah, something else. Now you prepare yourself for Monday. Thinking about any other wines, because what you have to say, and then you will say something. Okay.
Thank you.
That's it all.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's
After this presentation, my colleague in Santiago, it's very difficult for me, but I try.
Again, our table is celebrating the birthday of the host born in 1969. It's not so young. You have a bottle of Madeira 1969. How will you intend to sell it to them?
Perfect.
Okay, this is the bottle, and you have 4 minutes.
Okay. First of all, happy birthday for you. For this special occasion, for coincidence, I had in my cellar one special bottle the same year your birthday. Is a special wine for me because I have a great emotion opening this bottle. It's from Portugal, island Madeira. Is a fortified wine. The name is de Oliveira Cercial. Cercial is the white grape. In the Madeira style is the more dry wine. This place separate this in the level sugar, and Cercial is more dry. This wine very, very complex. Have a smell like almonds, nuts, dry fruits. Very, very complex. And for your meal, I propose a different style of pairing. For appetizers, olivers and caviar canapés. For main dishes, I propose smoked fish, like a salmon. And for after this, maturated cheese, like azeitão or manchego, for the finish the meal. Is a very, very special wine because the vintage is remain a few bottles in the world. Can I say more this? I propose my pairing because the same wine for all your meal. Can I say that? I forgot these things. Sorry about this. 2 minutes.
Okay, so you understand that you have to talk a bit more.
Yeah.
And most important, you have to show to the commission that will see the video that you are convincing somebody else.
Okay.
This is the focus. You have to
More
convince
selling.
for selling.
Okay.
So you have to talk everything you say is finalized to sell something. And in this case, it's this kind of bottle. So you can invent whatever you want. Must be credible, of course, but you can do it.
Okay. Thanks.
For Monday. Okay.
Pedro Paganelli.
Okay. Our table is celebrating the birthday of the host born in 1969. You have a bottle of Madeira 1969. How will you attempt to sell it to them? You will have 4 minutes.
Okay. Hi, good evening. My name is Pedro. I'll be the sommelier tonight. Happy birthday, and thank you for sharing this special moment here in the restaurant. It's be a pleasure to serve you guys. My suggestion of the birthday wine, a really special wine from a place in Madeira in Portugal. If you guys know, Madeira is a beautiful island with beautiful landscapes, and I have a special wine. Everybody talks about Porto in Portugal, but I prefer Madeira. If you guys have tried Madeira, it's a fortified wine. They're always sweet, but this bottle, Cercial, is the driest. It's sweet, but it's the driest, yeah? I would pair this with a tartare in the finish of your meal. If you guys don't like desserts, you can pair with cheese, maybe a Conte or an aged Parmigiano Reggiano. That would be amazing. And when you go to Madeira, this bottle is going to be really, really special to celebrate your birthday again. And Madeira has this kind of aging wines. This wine used to travel with the Portuguese in the great navigations. And this created this model of wine aging in barrels for a long, long period. And they say this wine is immortal. They are forever. So 1969 will be fresh, will be new, will be amazing. And just like you, sir, and you're ready to have a nice dinner here. And when you talk about Madeiras, they have this special way of aging wines in Cantero. It's really beautiful. If you guys have the chance to go to Madeira, you guys should check this island in Portugal. It's really amazing. And I think this wine, I'm not going to be decanting this wine, but I don't think they have a lot of sediments. But I will serve really gently, and you guys really enjoy a lot this wine. Okay? Thank you for coming. If you have anything, you can count on me.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
138.
Very fast convincing.
Yes.
Not bad what you said, okay. But if you can say some more is better.
Okay.
Don't move.
Okay.
And
Be calm
be calm, yes. And you can add other information, because until now I remember 2 things that everybody could have said, but you didn't say, but I will tell you at the end. I don't want to give information now, but at the end I will say what it is.
Okay.
To
Okay.
make more colorful explanation. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you.
Last but not least, Julio.
Again, our table is celebrating the birthday of the host born in 1969. You have a bottle of Madeira, again, 1969. How will you attempt to sell it to them? And this is the bottle. You will have 4 minutes.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Julio Cesar Kunz. I'll be the sommelier of your meal. And it's a pleasure to be here with you. I've heard it's your birthday, so congratulations on that. And I also know that you've been born in 1969. It's a really important year. Huh? It's the year of the Apollo 11, the year that the man put the foot on the moon for the first time. I would say it's a really important year, as you, of course. I would say it will be the year of conquerors. So you probably are a conqueror as well. And as it's so important for humanity, this traveling, discovering, I also propose a wine that makes us travel. And it was a wine born by traveling. The Portuguese used to be really important in the navigation. It was important in the navigation times. And they sent their wines, and they understood that some wines, when they came back home, they got even better. And they discovered this kind of evolution that the wines can have.
And the Madeira wines can evolve really, really well. And they try nowadays to emulate the conditions of the traveling. And as you have a birthday year so important, I would propose a wine that is full of meaning, which will be the Madeira wine, and especially this Cercial. It's a wine that's fortified. It means that it has a little bit more alcohol and a little bit sweet. In general, they are sweeter, but Cercial are not that sweet. So we can pair this wine with your dessert. I would suggest a nice dry fig tart we have, but you can use the same bottle to open your meal as well. So it could be the same bottle for opening and for finishing your meal. And if you choose this bottle, the house will be happy to offer you, also to celebrate your birthday, a nice Parmigiano Reggiano cheese. I know you're from Italy as well, so it will also be interesting for you to have some home savor to begin your meal, with some toast almonds. And this kind of wine has this aroma of toasted almonds that will make really nice flavor bonds with the wine and meal. It will improve the savor. It will be a really nice beginning. And I can leave you with a bottle with this appetizer, and you'll have some time to also discover our menu. Fortunately, we do have this bottle of the same year of your birthday, so it will be an amazing opportunity to celebrate in a very tasteful and meaningful way for you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Now, was okay. You said something that nobody said about the Apollo 11. That's what I brought.
Such nice.
And there are two more things. One thing that nobody said, the word at least. You said something, but not exactly the word that is the estufas. The word estufas, nobody said it. Mm-hmm. You have to use it.
It's cantero.
Cantero, the word cantero. Okay, sorry.
But you have to talk more about wine.
Yes, yes.
The singularity of the wine.
Yeah, I should have it.
Of the wine. Thank you for my birthday. The lady important is Madeira. Mm. The real one.
And about Madeira, there is something, a curiosity that maybe you could say about who is the football player that was born there. Yes.
I prefer Apollo.
Okay.
I prefer Apollo.
But now sometimes you can could be a curiosity.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what we have discovered is managing time, properly sentenced, more deeply speaking in the wine, with the pairing, smiling, be calm. You have to offer your knowledge with security, and try to don't be very emotional to show to the judge. I think that you have to be the more normal possible, yes. And you show the competencies with your knowledge, and you know exactly what you do and what you say regarding the wine.
And the words must be, now when you talk, try to be clear with the words, because it could be another problem for the people watching the video. Sometimes words are not clear enough, or they don't understand the words because they're not said clearly. So just talk slowly as much as you can to make it clear and loud.
And loud. So you have to be recorded Monday. So the judge are remote. We don't know where. Could be South Africa, Jean Vincent, for example. Could be in Holland. And we have to be clear as much possible we can. Those you have to show your competencies and integrity regarding the sommelier style life that you show to the judge.
When we don't talk for 4 minutes, they are penalized,
No, no, no.
or the test is considered not completed.
No,
Like, we will have 0 points for not talking for.
No, no, no.
4 minutes.
It's the concept that you judge. All the context that you say will be judged.
yes, even what's your name? Sorry,
Vinicius.
It was the shortest speech. It's okay, it doesn't matter. What?
So the speech was Pedro.
Sì, Pedro. It was okay. What he said was okay, but if you have 4 minutes, the 4 minutes, the reason is because the commission would like to hear more things. Yes, that's all. To understand better of you.
There won't be a penalization for.
No, you're not penalization, no. But for example, if I have 100 points for this test. If you don't talk enough, you don't explain, you don't touch all the points that you should, you don't have 100 points, you will have much less. You have maybe sufficient, but it will be only, for example, 60, 55, 60 is sufficient. So it means that at the end, okay, it's okay, but at the end it's better because you don't know. You will not know which will be the score for the other test that you have done. So better you do, better it is for you. Because you have to, somewhere you have to do much, the best as you can.
There's a 10% bonus points for grade for doing the test in foreign language.
Yes, if you speak good language.
It includes all this or just for the written test?
Yeah, you are 10 more, 10% more.
10% more.
About every.
For all the tests.
Yes.
Or just for the
Yes.
All tests. But 10% is the maximum. It means that you have to speak the good language. But no, I think nobody's problems but also this is important.
For preparing this kind of test in Portuguese, you have to start very, very long time before. Then we have to translate many things in Portuguese for the other judge. So I think that is behind. In the international context, it's not accepted. Only Spanish, French, and English. So when we talk with you, everybody choose the English language as foreign language. So you have 10% more points than the.
I give you for me a bad example now. In Italy, we have 9 candidates on Monday. They said we do it if it is in Italian, otherwise we don't do it.
Only Italian?
See. No, there are 2. No, one is half of Canadian and one is Indian. So the Indian one is just won the competition in India. He's the best sommelier of India, but he works in Italy and is our member.
India is English speaking.
No, I know that's in English. I know 100%.
It's not the maternal language.
No, but they all speak English, so it's in English. Yeah. The other one I don't know because I don't know personally. As I suppose it can do in English because it's Canadian origins, Canadian name, English name. So I suppose he can do it in English.
If it's not maternal.
I don't know because I didn't ask my assistant what they did. Anyway, all the others they want to do in Italian. I was against that because a sommelier must know the languages, because it's a work in contact with several people. So you have to talk. You can't speak only one language. But they say, oh, we are okay, do it in Italian. But now there's a problem. To do it in one language, the association has to fix it, has to ask for the permission, but they have to reply a few months earlier. But for my case, it's not the same because I do personally everything, so I can do immediately. But for other countries, we have to provide the translations first. And second, we must have somebody in the country that is our person of reference to be sure that it works as it should be. But personally, what I think everybody can do in another language is better. This is what I think. So they will do in Italian, they will lose 10%. So it's their problem now.
But the great change in South America it was when Paz Levinson won the contest. Where was?
I don't know.
No, it's in Chile. And now she lives in Paris. She speaks very good English. She speaks French. She speaks Spanish. So is the international language that I speak more up in the world. So the great change of Argentina it was that time, and now they continue to develop in spectacular sommeliers, and then we have to grow up.
Yeah, I
We
can.
start first and becoming not the last, but one marginal situation in sommelier.
I can understand the certification one in the national language. Okay, because it's an entry level. We say doesn't matter. We can do it in any language. It's not so complicated. Yes, but then already with the second level, it's better if you start to speak a language, and with the third one, I think must do it. But
Okay.
these are the new. Like in competition, it's the same. Competition now they accept other languages. That exactly with the bonus, the same with the bonus, either for the semi-final, quarter-final, semi-final, and final, different percentages. Personally, I don't like that because I think that, I repeat, a sommelier is a work that needs to know language. So who does a competition like that should know a language, at least one. But unfortunately, the assembly voted for yes. And we have to accept it. But I can say what I think.
But I think that is very practical to listen to others and correct by exactly. That is a great experience. I think that improve your knowledge. I'm sure, I'm quite sure. If you will arrive in Monday time and you never know, never see, nothing, you do like a penguin. You don't know how to move, you know. We have in this case two persons that has coaches, you know, international coaches, but the other one, no ideas. So this is a very important tool to manage your knowledge. I think that is very good. Thank you, Giuseppe, for helping us in this case. You go ahead.
Yes. Next.
Break.
You can have
time for be calm. You too, please. ladies first. Se non ci sia nessuno. Você não vai? Não escolher. Não, mas é uma. Esse aqui veio. Ele escolheu. 6 ou 9? Não tem 9 pessoas, são 2. 9, não tem. É só uma coisa para esperar. E trocaram as fichas aí.
É que eu era a primeira de todos.
Jura?
Eu já tinha conversado, né? Não respiro.
Por isso que eu fiz o sorteio.
L'indignato. Nelle immagini social il patron della G un prezioso champagne dal tavolo del locale, esce in strada e versa tutto sui cerchioni della sua Ferrari, che poi non era neppure sua, ma in leasing. Questo l'attacco del pezzo di Cesare di Milano. La cedenza è stata da parte insieme alla ex compagna Stefania Nobile, figlia di Vanna Marchi. L'accusa è autoriciclaggio, favoreggiamento e sfruttamento della prostituzione, detenzione e spaccio di sostanze stupefacenti.
When you're ready.
Mi servono le schede.
Are you ready?
Mi servono le schede.
Le schede sono qua.
Tanto spiego prima. Okay, a few words before to start. Next test will be the decanting wine. So you have to have a look here. When you will come, you look immediately to the material that there is. It's important. This is a valid when you do an exam, but also a competition. First thing, watch immediately what there is, because it will help you to not waste time to look for something. So you know already what there is there. What is called colpo d'occhio, so come si dice in portoghese, colpo d'occhio. So you have everything, and then you will have the question. So you look here, there are the wine. So this is the wine cellar, and 2 guests. There will be a question, what you have to do. So explaining what we asked to do, and you have to. Probably you will have the question. Let me think. No, for next, for Monday to have the question also written somewhere. Give the paper. Have a look on your. Okay, we'll see tomorrow. This. So there will be a question. You have to listen to the question. It is written. Probably it will be written. You read, and then you do it. So you have to remember exactly all the steps that you have to do. Maybe tonight you check again the video, the ASI tutorial, and to make sure to refresh that you remember everything. I can tell you that video is not perfect. There are some things that that will be changed in the future, but at the moment you watch just to refresh what you have to do. That's all. Okay? No, prepariamo. Now, 2 more things for Monday. Remember, just reminding you, your personal course crew, matches, black pen, and how you will be dressed. If you have your work uniform, is better. Otherwise, try to be elegant as much as you can. Okay. L'ho già detto. Screwdriver, yes, cavatappi. I think I didn't forget anything, no?
No, I think. Some question?
Yes. About the editor. Do we have to bring here to be more detailed, or we can do at the side?
You have to do the service to the customers. Forget that. Even if there are people there, you don't have to care about them. What is important is the stable, will be the stable probably.
Yeah.
So you have to take, you have the material, everything is there, you see. You choose what you need and you take it there. Because the service decantation must be done in front of the customers.
You can move the Gueridon.
You can-
Gueridon is the name of the check.
You can do it. I suggest to do it. It's better if you do it, because if you do there, we don't see it, and it's not so good. Also for your test. This is one of the mistakes that often candidates they do, because they don't move anything, and it's wrong. They have to know that you are in the restaurant, but you have to prepare your mise en place, your things that you have to do it by yourself. You don't have to expect to find everything ready. It's not that, because we have to understand. We have to understand if you know what you have to do or not. Remember that people that they are going to judge you, they don't know you, they don't know who you are. So you have to do your best to show who you are professionally. So think about it. Giusto?
Yes. Take a place.
Okay. You can sit.
You don't need to serve any water.
No.
The water is already served. Okay. So don't lose time to. Would like some water, sir?
No.
No. Water we already had. Otherwise, we won't go.
Also, you don't ask any questions. Maybe you will ask some questions to you, but don't ask anything. Just reading what there is written. No. Okay.
There you go. First one.
Ah no, wait. Devi fare il sorteggio? Ah, già fatto? Ah, ok.
Okay. The number one. Okay. When you're ready, we can start.
Come si chiama?
Numero uno.
Detto 1.
So which is your name, please?
Bruno Cias, candidate number 1.
Bruno. 1. Okay, I read what you have to do. Is very long. Please decant this wine for these clients. You have 6 minutes. That's all.
Okay. Excuse me.
Perché qui io non riesco a vedere niente. Di spalle non vedo niente.
Excuse me. Excuse me, guys. Good evening. I will decant now for you. I understand you asked for Chateau Latour 1996 vintage. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's a great choice. One of the best, once in a life experience, one of the best Bordeaux first growers. Premier Grand Cru from 1855 classifications, one of the best producers in France. I chose this wine for, I believe you ordered this wine. If you want, I can also offer you some food pairing. This is a great vintage. This wine is already on its peak and still evolving. Bordeaux is always known as one of the main regions in France to produce red wines for great aging. And also, if you require a main course for this wine, I would recommend a lamb with some mushroom sauce, because of the tertiary notes of this wine will be pairing well with the earthiness and the sous-bois that we're going to find on this wine. Excuse me. So normally I would use a different opener, but this cork seems very new, so I will use this one. We shouldn't have no problem. Excuse me, if I may, just present you the cork. Excuse me. Sir, may I ask permission to check the wine?
Yes.
The wine is perfect. You're going to have an amazing experience.
But I have a question. Do you think this wine needs to be decanted?
Sure. This wine will benefit from decanting, since its sediments from the long aging will be not going to the glass. So in this case, I chose a very close decanter, so the wine can evolve slowly to avoid prematurely oxidation. So in this case, I would recommend decantation and using a small decanter with a not a very narrow opening. Excuse me. Would you like me to leave the bottle on the table for you, sir? Excuse me.
Please.
Sorry.
Okay.
6 minutes. Okay, I understand.
Okay.
Sorry, the cork spilling messed me up a little bit, but things happen.
So you made several mistakes.
Okay.
Start with this. First of all, how you prepare material on this table. This is the wrong way to do it.
Okay.
First of all, you don't have to come up and down with all material. You have to do one way,
Okay.
maximum two, finished. If you do it one way, it's much better.
Okay.
First of all, you have to take the table near to this table. You don't have to do it when you have everything. You put immediately.
Okay.
Then you go back and with one tray, you take almost, if you can, everything. It depends on the tray, but
so I use the tray to. Okay.
Yes. When you take the glasses, I suggest, if you are not very sure with the tray, leave it on the table and then you take after.
Okay.
It's better, but you can do both. Anyway.
So sorry, you mean this glass I should leave on the table instead of the guéridon, or you mean your glass?
No, it's okay there.
Okay.
But the way you put material on the table is not the right position, because you move things twice, 3 times.
Okay, perfect.
You see how many times you bend your cone from the.
Yes, yes.
So there is another way to do it. Check the video tonight and you will see more or less how to do it. It's very close to the reality. You didn't, you took the cork here.
Yes.
Not necessary to do it in the right moment. You can do it in the second moment when you come with the wine.
Okay.
And then you can take away immediately after. You didn't smell the cork.
Okay.
You didn't clean the neck twice.
Yes.
You have to do. You didn't do it.
Yes.
You made a lot of drops.
Yeah,
I know, but
I didn't. Yeah, sure.
It's the way you did the
Sure,
extraction.
sure.
This
Sure.
is the point. Because it was the wrong extraction. You have to do it slowly and lift it a little bit up the bottle.
Sure. Yeah. Normally I would use the bottle standing up, but I was not sure how many times the bottle was standing up. So on that case, I chose the.
Yes, but decantation, it's always like that. It can be with bottle standing up.
Yeah.
Never. So if you do standing up,
sure.
0 point.
I put the standing in.
You have to remember, always. The other point is when you do the pouring, you have to take the bottle out of that one.
Yeah. When I was middle, I didn't want to interrupt you, and I realized.
So this, anyway, that's why you did a lot of wrong things and out of time. So you have tonight start to do it home and tomorrow all day.
No, I totally understand the things I must do. I just need to focus to make sure I can do this. And also, I didn't. Once I started, I knew that I couldn't stop the decantation. So, yeah, it was a bad scenario. So, sorry for the spillage. Should I put it back?
Oh, another thing, you put the matches there. No. You have to keep.
Yeah, normally I'll put it in my matches.
Just leave there or even there.
Okay. Just.
Or with the bottle, if the bottle is in the horizontal, with the paneer. If the bottle is in the vertical, without the paneer. And they show the two ways of doing the decanting.
But with the bottle standing up, vertical.
Yes.
Do you have the candle or without candle?
With the
Okay. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Querendo ou não, isso me atrapalha o olho.
There are two ways of making. If you found out this the bottle is in the horizontal, get the panier and then they show. And then the other way.
Deveria ter tirado a garrafa. Cara, é uma merda, que tu comete um erro e tá no meio do negócio. Não, tipo, cara, eu nunca abri uma garrafa espirrou vinho.
So in this case,
Tipo, nunca abri uma garrafa de espirrou vinho. Nunca.
We thought that we could choose between the two ways that they show.
Mas todo mundo vai ser o primeiro.
Only this way. Only. I will check that, but it's not possible. No, you can do it. For us, we don't have to do it, so don't do it in vertical, never. Don't. Yes, I have to check why they did like this. I don't remember. Long time ago, I did long time ago. Don't remember why they did like this, but no. For us, it's not possible. This we can't accept it. Pronto. Si sto facendo i test, dimmi veloce. Sì, 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 va benissimo. Per cosa serve? Dimmi il tipo di prova che non ce l'ho. È sempre straniero? No, ma tu devi mandare la foto per l'autorizzazione. Ti devi far dire di sì. Tu mandala e poi spero che ti dicano di sì. No, perché dimmi Secondo me sì, perché è uno spumante, basta. Sto andando avanti. Ciao. No, voglio controllare quello che ha detto perché non mi convince come l'ha capito lei. Dice che sul video è diverso. No. Un attimo che controllo. Ah, sì, non c'è lì, no, meno male. Fare tutto.
Una gara bella, se ti vedo mai ora. No, no, perché è la
Sì, ho capito, ma quello che sto dicendo, ho detto che non lo deve fare, appunto, basta. Se lo fai, sbagli. Lascia stare il video se è fatto così, lo so, I know that. It's made like that, but yes, I know, but it's wrong for us. You don't have to do it.
They say we have the option, so we
But
have
the
the two
option,
ways.
it's a wrong option, I can tell you, because it was supposed to be a bottle without
And the only
not old
thing
one.
that changed is the time that we taste. Because with the premier we taste before the can, and with the bottle up we taste after the can.
You see, it's a detail that is not exactly what it should be done. You can do it, but what we need now, do what I say, not what is there, because it's not what you expect. That's all. I know there are some things they don't correspond exactly, so do what I say, that is better. Se non capisco perché fanno delle cose che non devono essere pubblicate, poi le pubblicano. Sì.
We move on.
Hanno fatto le bottiglie in piedi. No, ma nel video lei ha capito che si può fare così. Capito? Ma non è così. Quindi tu le bottiglie mettile tutte coricate, non ci sono scuse. Se coricate così non ci sono scuse, perché dopo ma tu l'hai messo, no, è così.
L'ho messo perché 70, se vuoi fare una decantazione per
No, è giusto, ma tu è giusto quello che hai fatto. È che sto video qua ti rovina tutto.
Ok, we move on.
Candidate number 2, please. Who is it?
I'm here.
Sorry. So which is your name?
Vinicius Santiago.
Okay, thank you.
So please decant this wine that is there in the front for the client. You have 6 minutes.
It will be my pleasure. Excuse me. Excuse me. Is the wine you order? Chateau Latour 1996. It's a wine from Pauillac in Bordeaux, France. And it would be a pleasure to serve you this wine. Excuse me. Excuse me, would you mind if I try the wine?
Please do it.
It will be a delightful experience for you for sure.
So do you think was necessary to decant this wine?
For sure, its wine is almost 30 years old, and wines with this age, they tend to have sediments on the bottle. Excuse me, if you please. So in this case, it's mandatory to decant the wine to avoid sediments. Excuse me, would you like me to leave the bottle and the decanter at the table?
Yes.
Okay. There you go. Or would you like to, any other thing?
Oh yeah, it's fine.
Okay, thank you so much. Enjoy your wine.
Thank you.
Cinco minutos e 31, tá?
Okay, some mistakes.
Sure.
A lot of drops there because
Again.
Yes.
you shouldn't do it. You should use the other cork. Corkscrew, not
Yes.
this one. It's not good for this kind of cork.
Okay, but in this case, considering we're supposed to have a natural cork, we should proceed as the wine is in the bottle or as the wine it's supposed to be. Because if it was a Latour 96, I guess it would be right
Yes.
to use the...
It's right what you say, but when you see the cork like this,
Okay.
you can say, I should use this one if it is the right one, but if it is not, I use the other one.
Perfect.
If you say it, it's okay.
Right.
You say it.
Perfect.
So you have to know how to act. Anyway, you didn't present yourself.
Okay, yes.
You should have light the candle at the beginning.
Yes.
Immediately. Most wrong thing that you did is how you place the material.
Okay.
Again. Look at the video. There is well done.
Perfect.
Where you have to, because you didn't move. You forgot to take the glasses immediately.
Sure.
For example. Then what else is so? You didn't clean the cork the neck twice. It's only once.
Okay. Yes.
All the rest it's okay. The quantity into the when you clean, you rinse the you have to put a bit more.
Okay.
It's
Perfect.
not enough. And let's say that it was not really bad, but you have to improve these few things.
Perfect.
Okay?
Thank you so much.
Sì, difatti.
Jesus,
Andiamo insieme, potrebbe però di migliorare queste cose.
José Eduardo Barbosa.
Okay. So please decant this wine for the clients, and
Okay.
we'll have 6 minutes to do it.
Okay.
Minute tempo. Ho dimenticato di dire una cosa. Nessuno mette il tovagliolo lì dentro, poi scivola.
Sir, Chateau Latour, 1996.
Okay, good
This is the one?
Yes.
Right.
Perché mi metto a divano, perché se no non riesco mi manda schiena a girare. Poi devo scrivere.
This wine is very important from Bordeaux. Most part is Cabernet Sauvignon grape. And I will propose for your meal a dish from Italy, ossobuco with risotto, piemontese for pairing. May I taste, sir?
Yes. Controllate il tappo. No. But do you really think it has to be decanted, this wine?
It's necessary, sir, because we have sediments. Is the perfect service needs to decanting the wine.
Fine, thanks.
Okay. So may I put the bottle and the decanter in your table?
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir.
Tempo, non c'è vedi giusto. Ok.
Thank you.
503.
Now. A
I
lot
have
of
to
drops.
shower.
Lot of drops. Also, this is not.
It's a hot. It's a very hot.
The bottle shouldn't be left on the table like this.
Sorry?
The bottle shouldn't be left on the table like that.
Okay.
This is okay.
Okay.
But not that one. Should be still in the basket always. Perfect. And the cork should be presented at the same time you put the wine.
Put the wine. Perfect.
On the service table, you should display everything in a different way, a little bit different, not exactly how it goes, because again, it's not in the right position. So it takes more time as it's not comfortable. And you should have put a small napkin into the basket before the bottle, because it has to not, any napkins, something, to make sure that it doesn't move. It helps a lot like this. I think you didn't control the cork. You didn't smell it.
Does.
You didn't clean the neck twice. And when you do the decanting, if it is the bottle is laid into the basket, you have to take it out and keep it always laid and do the canting. You don't have to leave it there.
Okay.
Unless is the other kind of basket. That one is possible, but not with this one. Possible. And the other thing that you said, I tell you because it's wrong what you said the ossobuco is from Piemonte. It's not.
No. The plate is ossobuco with
with risotto.
the rice and
but it's wrong. In any case, it's wrong.
Okay.
Because the risotto with ossobuco is from Milan.
Oh, okay.
Okay, not from Piemonte. Okay, this just to know. Okay. Now you have to improve all these small things. So think well what you have to do. Okay.
Perfect.
All the steps, the right steps.
Perfect. Okay.
That's all.
Thanks.
Rapaz, que pânico.
So, which is your number 4?
4, Cláudia.
Your name?
Cláudia Oliveira.
Still the same as before. The same person.
Okay.
Okay, so please decant the swine for the client, for us in fact, and you will have 6 minutes to do it.
Good evening. My name is...
Aspetta. Time.
Sorry.
Okay.
Welcome. Good evening. My name is Claudia. I will be the sommelier for tonight. I understand that you order Chateau Latour. I've got the wine for you.
Yes. Così vedo meglio.
Chateau Latour, 1996. I put the wine.
Sbagliano tutti. Sbagliano tutti. Perché roba al contrario.
May I taste the wine, sir?
Yes.
The wine is in perfect condition.
So do you think you have to decant this wine?
Yes, sir. This is a wine of 30 years, and they must have a lot of sediment. So it's a better option it's the right option, in fact, to decant this wine. And I don't know if you have any food in mind, but I suggest filet mignon with mushroom sauce to pair with this wine. Yeah? Oh, you change.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like me to leave the bottle and the decanter?
Yes, please.
Okay. Excuse me, sir.
Finish?
Yes. I forgot the plate.
Yes, and also when you go away, you have to take away the cork
Oh, okay.
immediately. Don't sit there because
Okay.
we don't eat it. It's not good for eating. Now, you have made some mistakes, of course, because first of all, you forgot to put paper, something into the basket. I just said it.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, but anyway, you didn't made any drops, so it was good.
Okay.
It was very careful.
Yes, you have to be careful, that's all. And lift a little bit the bottle.
She doesn't felt it before, didn't clean the.
No, she did,
the
yes,
bottle.
small mistakes, but you have try to remember all the steps that you have to do.
You gain points.
Yes. Now, if you make the total is sufficient, but it's not, come si dice in non l'ha fatto in scioltezza.
Non molto abbondante.
Mm-hmm.
You should be, because you do quite well, so just correct or remember what you have to do and try to be more relaxed when you do it. It's
Okay.
better, okay? Because you will not forget anything doing that, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Who is the number 5? What the name?
Esqueci o plano, quando eu vi que eu esqueci o passo do negócio.
I give you the opportunity. So number 5.
Yes?
Júlio
Is your
César.
name?
Júlio César Kuntz.
Julio Cesare. Now, please decant that wine and to this client. This client said you have 6 minutes. Time, please.
Yes. Starting.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Julio César Kuntz. I will do the decanting for you tonight. You did a beautiful choice.
Chateau Latour 1996 is a really beautiful wine. I'm a very traditional wine producer. And in fact, also the first great harvest in the 90s for Bordeaux. So it's a really beautiful choice. It might be at peak right now. So wine that ages perfectly well is you have Cabernet Sauvignon as the main variety, one of the varieties that ages the best. As the cork looks really good, I can use this kind of skewers. It's perfect. May I taste the wine?
Yes, sure.
Amazing wine.
So do you think this wine should be decanted? Really
Yes,
decanted?
of course. It's really important to decant this kind of wine because with almost 30 years, of course, you'll have some residual solid material. It's very important to do it.
Right, good.
All right.
Finito? Okay. The huge mistake is the how put the material on the table. It goes in the wrong place.
Yeah.
Problem. So you have to look how to do it because you don't know how to move, you know. You
Yeah,
have to really
I had
fix
to-
it exactly in the right position where you don't have to move anymore.
Mhm.
This is the best way to do it. Okay. It shows that you are confident on it. You know how to do it.
Mhm.
And in fact, you do better because you don't have to do anything else. The canting and
Sure.
so. When you put the cork on the table, if you put just like that, they don't say anything. I don't know what I have to do. Also, the others didn't say anything, but you have to say something. But better if you say.
You would have to check it before.
Otherwise, some people maybe they don't know why you're doing it.
Yeah.
And then when you're finished, but now you didn't finish, but you should have asked the customer if they want the wine into the table or not.
Yeah, they
or
have that.
okay. And then clean everything.
You didn't clean the table.
No, because not finished.
The time was.
Yes, was over. Yes.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
And when you control the cork, you have to control when it's still on the corkscrew without touching with your hands.
Okay.
Why?
And also the quantity of the wine that you leave
Yes.
in the battery is 5,000 euros.
Too much. Yes. So just a little bit you have to leave. You have to smell, and then you can take it off from the corkscrew.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I have a question?
Yes.
Once we finish the canning service, and we want to present the customers, we would like to be involved in case I have to hold the presentation using the panier. Should I put the poster for that, with the panier, all the panier, the bottom was very good, the bottom, and the time of presentation after the canning. How should I do it? Put only the bottom with the poster, or put the panier on the table?
With the panier. With the panier is much better, yes.
With a napkin or?
Yes.
Always.
Because also you forgot a napkin.
So the napkin goes
Inside,
the bottom,
yes.
and also want to put the panier on the table.
For two reasons. One, for that.
Okay.
And it doesn't move.
I just wanted to understand.
Yes. Sei.
Anche la coordinazione di
Sì, no, infatti, guarda cosa ho scritto.
So, number
Guarda
6.
cosa ho scritto, manca di in fondo.
Which is your name?
Pedro Fadanelli.
Pedro.
È sempre quello di prima.
It's the same.
The same
Same
one.
guy.
Okay, ready? Please decant this wine for this client, please. You have 6 minutes.
Hi, my name is Pedro. I'll be the sommelier tonight. I heard you guys ordered a Chateau Latour. I'll be right back with the wine.
Ah sì, questa parola qua, giusto prima non l'ho detto. Guys. L'avevo già sentita prima. Non l'ho segnato. Sì.
So we ordered a Chateau Latour 1996. That's correct, sir?
Thank you.
This is a really special bottle. Thank you for ordering. And this is from Bordeaux. And left bank, Chateau Latour is one of the most famous Bordeaux wines. And it's based Cabernet Sauvignon. It's some Merlot. Sorry, sometimes the old bottles foils are really a bit old.
Per me penso che per la registrazione deve essere più vicino al candidato. La registrazione, perché si deve vedere bene l'operazione che fa. Adesso, per adesso va bene, ma deve essere, no, proprio, deve essere proprio che...
May I taste the wine, sir, please?
Yes.
Perfect. Amazing bottle. Excuse me. Would you like to try the wine, sir?
Yes, please. Thank you.
So preparing this wine, I would suggest mushroom risotto. It's really specially for the house, and we pair amazing with the tertiary aromas this wine has. The Saubois and the classic Bordeaux themes will be perfectly.
So was it necessary to do the decantation?
Yes, 30-year bottle, 30-year-old wines are really well when you decant it, and because you open the aromas and you also can like separate the sediments of the wine for the liquid parts. Would you want me to leave the bottle and the decanter in there?
Yes, please. Okay. So you have finished on time. Here there is too much wine left.
Sorry.
A bit less. Main mistakes. Where you have to remember this. Where to put the material on the table. This was not in the right position again. What you didn't remember is was the between the neck of the bottle. These are not important things, but you have to do it, of course. And the way you uncork the bottle, that was the wrong position completely. So it's more difficult for you to do it. You have to look how to do it. You have done the decanting too fast.
Okay.
A bit slower. You didn't control the cleaning of the how clean they were. You didn't do it. You didn't ask who ordered the wine.
Okay.
That's okay. And how you put the glass into the table because it was too far. So in the right position. Okay. Then another thing that you did, it's not the first time I heard about it, but the drops, of course, is that you use the word guys. Never use it.
Okay.
There are some reasons why you don't have to use it. I will tell you after this.
Okay.
Only in US.
Only US,
Okay.
no, it's not to be used, that's all. Because I will tell you what happened to me using this word.
Okay.
So never use it.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if I will do it for one reason that I will tell you later. But if you look at the video, is that what you have to do? Except the bottle there, because I will tell you later why it's not like this. That I will show you, because everybody does the same mistakes. What you do is not bad, but it's not exactly how it should be. And almost all of you, I have to say, I see that you don't have enough practice. Because as you do, I can see you don't have practice. So you have to do sometimes, if you work in a lesson, do sometimes, even if it is not necessary, just to practice it.
Something that we only use in company. Maybe that's why I was asking the correct position for
yes.
So I would appreciate if you can show us so I can understand.
I know, but you have to teach them. To say that very straight, but sometimes restaurant owners or directors, they don't know, so you have to insist and tell them. I know maybe you don't feel comfortable to do it, but it's what you have to do. This happens all over the world. Sometimes you have to teach people what they don't know. Otherwise, your work is not well done, and yourself, chi ci rimette chi lavora, no? You lose your, yes.
Which is your number?
Number 7, Luis Otávio Álvares Cruz.
And your name? Il nome?
Luis Otávio.
Luis Otávio.
Luis. So just few words. Please decant that wine for this client, and you have 6 minutes to do it. Tempo. Please.
Good evening. My name is Luis Otávio. I'm a sommelier. I will prepare the wine for you, sir.
Thank you. Anche quello, giusto.
Sir, here the Chateau Latour 96.
Thank you. Finalmente la messo giusto. Ha pulito.
So can I taste the wine?
Check. Yes, sure, you can do it.
The wine is great, in perfect condition. It's a lovely vintage, 96 is in the great moment now.
So what do you think is the right moment to decant it? It needs to be decanted.
Yes, sir, I think to leave the sentiments in the bottle, and this wine is good to aerate. It's a very classic wine. It can age long time. This vintage now is great to tasting. You have the herbaceous notes for the Cabernet Sauvignon. The tannins are very fine. I think is a good pairing is a Le Poivre. You can have this herbaceous notes for the Cabernet Sauvignon. The tannins, it's very fine now. I think the meat, it's a good option. Is the cork for you to check. It's very perfect condition. Can I leave the bottle on the table?
Yes.
Here, beautiful bottle, classic wine. Can I take?
Yes.
Here, the decant. Cheers.
Thank you.
So, can I suggest more things for you?
No, it's okay. Finish.
Yeah.
Now. Sì, sì.
Yes,
it's okay. The quantity bit less. Quantity less there. Yeah. When you present yourself, you should have asked who is going to taste the wine.
Okay.
You choose, but you have to ask.
Okay.
It could be me or somebody else.
Okay.
You didn't check the cork. First, you didn't check it, and the cleaning also, and the bottle should have left into the basket on the table, not like this. It's not drawn like this, but
okay.
It's better to show that it
was in the basket.
Was the basket, the basket, yes. Because it's nice to show where it comes from. In general, it's not bad. You did everything. Also, what you put the material was correct way to do it. So it's okay in general. So just correct a little bit.
And be more calm.
Yes.
Yes, I think.
Okay.
Explain more the wine.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
In the guidelines, says that on the building you should have a bottle holster, but you are instructing us to leave the bottle at the table inside the basket. So we don't need to bring the bottle holster when we're using the basket.
Bottle holster, cos'è?
The support for the bottle.
The support, you mean this one?
Yeah, the holster, yes.
You could use this one. You could use a plate.
A plate, yes.
If you want to put also in a napkins, you cannot leave the bottle
on the table, just on the table.
Okay, but it's fine to leave it either on the holster or inside the basket.
Yes, better into the basket.
Okay.
The normally is basket.
Yes.
Okay. Because even on the guideline videos, it's in the holster.
The guideline video we can discuss later on.
Okay, I know.
Before,
I said yesterday, I repeat now, that also in the videos, everything is not perfect. I know that, we know that. They have to change something because when they did the videos, the one in charge of the director of the made himself mistakes. And then we found that it was like that, we couldn't change it. It's not big mistakes. What there is, there are not big mistakes. But there are some details that people say, why is there it's different? So I tell you, it's not wrong, but it's some details you can improve. I am telling you, don't do like this. It's not wrong, but if you do like this, it's better.
I understand that. I just have one question because now checking digital placement. Normally, you expect to have two courses ahead, one for the bottom, one for the floor. The decanter behind and the bottom. If I'm going to decant the bottle
basket.
on the basket, I shouldn't have to bring a coaster for the placement on the individual. That's correct.
Yeah.
I don't need to bring coaster for the bottle if I don't intend
No.
to use. I can bring only one for.
Yes. It's not necessary to bring material that you don't need. This is it's a rule. Even if you work in a restaurant, why do you do it? It's not necessary, so don't do it.
Just to double check the same deal.
Which is your number?
8.
8. Your name?
Letizia Bittencourt.
Thank you.
Cos'è? Sorry.
Letizia.
No, Letizia. Sorry. Letizia. Okay. So you have to decant that wine for this client, and you have 6 minutes.
Good. All right. Good evening. I'm Letizia Bittencourt, your sommelier for the evening, and I will do the wine
Yes, of
service
course.
for you.
Thank you.
Non ho capito. Ah, sono stato attenti ai bicchieri. Giusto. Non ho ancora capito. Non ho ancora capito.
So this is your wine, Chateau Latour, 1996.
Okay.
Right?
Brief.
Do you mind if I taste the wine?
Yes, good. So do you really need to decant this wine? And why?
It is the right option for this wine, since it's a 30-year-old wine. It might have some sediments. So this way we can spare the sediments. They will stay in the bottle, and I'll serve you clean wine. Here the cork, if you'd like. I'm sorry, if you'd like to inspect it. Who is going to do the tasting? Is it you or your guest?
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
E aí?
Nervous, but
Still alive?
Yes.
yeah. Just the first time. I'll do more times, and I'll get
For sure.
calmer the next.
Absolutely.
Okay, you need more practice, of course. And to be calm, otherwise you make mistakes because you are not concentrated and you do something else. So several small mistakes, but many mistakes. So we have to improve through the practice. That's the main things. And now I will show you what to do. Ok. Non ho il mio cavatappi. No, ma faccio solo vedere perché se uso un altro poi non perché mi fa male le mani, quindi non riesco a. Faccio come se fosse. Vassoio, poi è finito. Ah, no. Non la faccio, faccio la simulazione per spiegare i dettagli. So I explain in general what you have to do. I will not do because I don't have my corkscrew. It's not an excuse, but I don't have it here. I left in the hotel. And the other point is that I can't because it hurts my fingers. I have arthrosis, and I can't really do it really properly. So I don't do it. But so first thing, what you have to do, as I said, check immediately material on arrival, and so you will be sure at least you have in your mind what there is there. The question will be similar to this one probably, because decantation is always decantation. They're not something special, because you have to show you do the decantation. First thing, always take the trolley. In this case, it's not so comfortable because it has wheels, so fixed to the table is better. It will not move. Then you have to present to the, even before you present yourself to the customer. Sediti. So I am your sommelier. I'm Giuseppe, your sommelier for tonight. So I will do the service. So I know you already ordered your bottle of wine. I'm going to get it, and I will do the service. Okay. So you take this, then you go to the table. As you know already, where there is everything, you can either take the bottle first or after. It doesn't matter. First of all, you have to do the mise en place to the table and to prepare the material. So you have to check immediately the glasses, if they are okay or not. If you are not comfortable with a tray like this, leave it on the table. But if you are comfortable, you can do it. Okay, you check. Don't forget the glass for the tasting. Don't forget the small, better, not the big one. For me, it's enough one, so I take only one. But if you are comfortable with two, take two of these. One, okay. Nothing else, okay. And then, for the wine, you have to take the basket. You can do it immediately, right here, and you have everything, right? Corkscrew in your pocket, matches in your pockets, so they will be not here. So you must have them in your pocket. And I suggest to have in your pocket a napkin somewhere. For example, here. You never know you need it, okay? You come here, what you have to do. First thing, the candle. First thing what you have to do is to put the material in the right place. Now I can later, yes. So where to put the candle? In the middle. Where to put this? Here. Where to put this? At the moment, you don't need this. The glass in the opposite side. This one, you can leave it here for the moment. And then you take the glasses to the customer. Not here, about here, this position. And then you go to the other customer and do exactly the same. Then what you can do, you take the decanter. You have to choose the right decanter. Don't take the paper, you take it off immediately, okay? You come and where you put it? Here, on the left. You always use the right hand, right? So this is the position. This goes there. You take the basket and you get the bottle. The bottles, they should be always laid like this. Do not make confusion. They will be like this on Monday, okay? Must make sure you have your napkin here. Take carefully the bottle and you put it into the basket like this. When you go to the table, you present the wine to the customer and you say exactly what it is. This is the one that you're being ordered, blah, 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 and explain. When you come back here, this is the position to put. Some of you did like this. No, because you have to work like this. This is the right position. Because there is also this. So you have the corkscrew in your pocket, you take it, and the matches. First thing you have to do is light the candle. You light the candle, and you leave this somewhere, it's okay. Back immediately in your pocket. You have the corkscrew. Damene uno. No, va bene, aspetta. I don't do it, but I'll just show you. What you have to do is this. Keep very carefully and strongly the shoulder of the bottom and do the cut very strongly. Make sure that in one time, two times in fact, 1, 2, very strong, and 3 to take away. Like this, you take away. The capsule immediately in your pocket. That's why 1 is enough. The corkscrew is there, but you have your napkin. Okay, you take it and you clean immediately. Then you open your corkscrew and you do it like this. When you have to extract, lift as you did, right, a little bit, because doing this operation, what happens that there is a pressure che aspira. Yeah, it's pull out the wine. So do this and do it slowly. And when you open, do like this, in this way, not like this. Otherwise, the wine goes down. Okay. Then you put down again, immediately. Eh?
We go.
Vabbè.
Assistant.
Assistant, ok, I have the assistant. No, non ho tagliato qua, eh.
Ah, non è tagliato.
No. Another thing that I've done now, but somebody didn't do, if to leave the candle there, you have to go there, it's not comfortable. That's why you have to keep close to you. This is the right position. And clean immediately. And then you have to extract it. And doing this, you ask immediately to the customer, can I taste wine for you? You don't have to wait that you're finished. You can ask immediately. You save some seconds, precious seconds.
And you don't know the
Toccava
code.
tappare. No, that's why I say, if you don't have your course, it's complicated because you don't know how to use it. Because you move the bottle, you see, should move the bottle. Non fare macchie adesso perché sennò alza la bottiglia. Okay, smell immediately. And immediately, now immediately you take away, immediately like this. And look what I do. Immediately, as you close this, with one hand, you put immediately here. You smell, you put it here, and the other immediately in your pocket. Why? This is the question. Why? No, because if you forget for 1 second there, somebody will steal it. No, it's true. It's true. Never. It's wrong. It's really wrong to do it. Immediately in your pocket. Finished. And then you clean again. Okay. Sorry, this I put back. Clean. This you don't need anymore. You put it back. Finished. Okay. Then the bottle you have to extract slowly and keep horizontal like this. Okay. You turn it like in this way. Your hands here. This in this position. Okay, this is a bit high for me because I'm small. You take the decanter and then you start decanting like this. Make sure you are in the right position to see the sediment arriving, if there is, of course, if there is not. And this is the right way to do it. And slowly, the decanter goes in this position. And when you arrive at the end, as you can see, almost at the end, stop because there is sediment. You put this down, immediately the bottle goes immediately back. You don't have to put there and there again. Immediately. And as you are here with your hand, you do immediately like this. It's done. Okay. You take this. You take it again this. Like that. This. You go to the table. Here is the cork to check, sir. And then you start. Or you ask already, are you going to taste it? Or you know already because you asked. And you start to do the service. Like this. When you come back, first thing you come back, sorry, can I take it away? Okay, immediately take it away. You put it there. Do you want me to leave the bottle and the decanter to the table on the? Oh, sorry, didn't take it. And then you clean immediately. I didn't test the wine. Sorry for that, because I should have done immediately. How to do it? When you have wine here, before to start the decanting, you take a little drop like this, in this position. You ask, of course, and you do the operation, and then you start. Yes. And then 6 minutes are more than enough. Because normally 5 minutes, they are already a lot. In this, for this test, you have 6 minutes, so there's more time. Because we think that is not a competition, so you don't have to rush. You have to do it, but 6 minutes are really more than enough to finish it. And then when you go away, of course, the bottle must be in this position, like this, with the plate. Of course, you have to prepare before this. And you take away what you don't need anymore. Okay, this and this and this. Finished.
Should we put closer for the decanter or directly?
No, I should have had a plate. Not this one, not the small one. In this case, we need the other one. But
use a napkin if I forget, for example, the big coaster, can I use a napkin?
yes, but you see, in this case, because I didn't prepare it before, because it's possible to do in a second moment. When the customer says yes, okay, you go immediately there, or you go with this, and then you come back and you do it. If you want, you prepare in advance, but you can do also in a second time. So what you didn't do anything really wrong, but the lack of practice made you to make some mistakes or forget something.
Yeah, most of us don't have practice with
Yes. In this case, yes. It's my suggestion. Normally it's a bit not really close, but as it moves, could move, better if you fix like this.
And I can quote and then present myself. As you did.
Yes.
Can I take from the intro or?
Yes. When you clean, well, when you clean is this. What is important is this. Don't do like this because it's not nice to do it. Because sometimes in some restaurants, this always still next to the table. You take this away. As 6 minutes are more than enough, when you come back, you can do it. In any case, when we do the exam on Monday, if there is something wrong, because everything is recorded, I will tell you what don't do or you have to do outside of the recording to make sure that what we'll do is exactly what you have to do. Yes.
And this calculation that the jury it will be used or not?
Which punctuation? Today's punctuation?
No. The jury punctuation.
It's not like that, no. The jury will not do any punctuation. That jury is not really jury. They are there to see what you do. So,
Me, I put it there. I moved the table.
Okay.
I moved the table.
Okay.
Monday. I moved the table of the visa class. I put here because I was always afraid. Always afraid. So I put the end of the table right here. We move this, and the table stay there. Okay.
What I've done now to check what you've done, I will do it also on Monday. But I will not do the total. Why? Because my colleagues, they will do it with the video. They will check if I've done right or wrong, and they will put the total. So my total is not necessary. It's just an indication for them. That's all.
We all promise that tomorrow we're gonna train a lot. Monday,
No, because most of those guys are experienced with the service, but literally get it all new for us.
Okay.
You will be surprised.
You know, for me, I am surprised sometimes when I go in some countries to discover something. Last year, I discovered something else. I tell you what. This. I discovered in South Korea, they didn't have matches. I said, where are the matches? We don't have. Why not? They said, because in South Korea, they don't sell matches. They don't exist.
It's an old-fashioned.
So when we have this, because we bought somewhere else. Okay. So we have to. So I said to my colleagues, remember this when you do the evaluation, because if they don't have, what can you do? They don't have, finished. It's the same here. If you don't have Guéridon, I will tell them you are not used to Guéridon.
That's for sure.
Okay.
Most of the guys that are far more experienced than me, they also don't have experience with it.
But you should know that you.
Sure.
But
okay. I've learned it so many courses, and we know, but it's not something that we use.
Okay. But I will tell them to remember when you do the evaluation if there is some mistakes.
It's something that for sure for us it's a little bit more challenging because it's completely different than they use. But of course, we are here to learn and to adapt.
No, I understand. Anyway, what I've seen that it's okay, just okay, but you have to improve it a bit more, everything in general, the practice. Don't forget to smell the cork, to clean the neck of the bottle, for example. There are more small things, but to remember is better.
We will improve. We'll get better.
And to not make mistakes, what I suggest is this. As I showed yesterday for the competition, that there are some things that you should prepare, it's exactly the same. You have to do something every day. or try to do it. I know it's not easy if you don't have the real possibilities, but try to do it, because when you do an exam or a competition, you know what you have to do already. You don't have to learn. Maybe you can correct or something, but in general, you know what to do. And you know, the level between continents is not exactly the same. I have to say it, because it's not that everybody is the same. It's not true. There are differences, and these differences, they come from your habits, your tradition, your culture, your things. This is why.
The level of the restaurant.
Yes, there's a lot of things.
But remember that Monday, no screw, no step. Bring our own.
Yes.
You see the difficulty that I had to open this bottle with this one. I never used.
No, you need to.
Never used. Never. I have my personal. You too.
No, mine, I forgot in the.
In the hotel.
I brought it because I say I have mine. If I have to use it, I forgot there. Because I don't put it in my bag. Do you know why? Because it happened more than one time that I forgot it, and when I take the plane, they took it away. So now I leave it there, and but I forgot to take it.
All the time.
As you should fight for international law, allowing sommeliers to get.
No, I have to tell you something. In Europe now, it's possible to have it in the on plane, but not in all the airports are informed they can do it. So sometimes, okay, sometimes no, you can't do it. Last time I was in Georgia, Medium Orient, and I had 2 new corkscrew in my bag that I took with me to show to the people, and I completely forgot they were there. Because when I went, they were still there from Italy, and nobody said anything. So on the way back, that's why I completely forgot. Arriving to the airport, they said, "Oh no, you can keep them." I said, "Yes, but when I came, they left me." So maybe we are not in Europe. Oh my God, right? Georgia is not in Europe. Different law. It depends where you are.
I've lost has less than 6 centimeters we can take.
So if it is a course that doesn't cost too much, it's okay. But when there are some are very expensive.
Yes.
I have lost one of them.
One of my favorites ever I lost.
Adesso cosa gli racconto?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
Stress is enough. I think that it's good to drink a glass of wine outside.
Okay.
No, because
be white, be red.
in fact, what I brought with me is a lot of material, things to show, but I didn't do because it's too much. So next time, if it will happen.
We confirm the programmation for Monday.
Probably we will start with the tasting and the identification. Civic will be everybody together. And after this, we do the show. Number 1 and number 8. Then you go outside. You are isolated. Sorry? The theory is in the morning, yeah. After the tasting, the identification, we do the written test. All together. Break. You go to eat something or not, because we prepare something to eat also here. Then you stay, and then one by one, we do exactly the test that you do today. I will move this table. I will put this table for the judge. But who is voting is remote. We don't know who.
No, I know me. I
No.
know who's going to do.
I don't know who.
But you don't know.
You know, I don't know. But certainly not the Brazilian guys.
Not Brazilian, not me. So you're sure. So I can do anything. Now what I will do, I tell you what will be my role, because I choose to not do it. I said everybody does, I will check, and that's all. Because at the end, we have a meeting all together to check all the results one by one. And in that moment, I can change something, or I can say, no, if it doesn't work, no, we have to change, and we do this and this. That's all. This is my role. Of course, my role is, can I say, is the one to help people, not to. This is my role, and it's always what I do. Yes. Alle 9?
9 o'clock, yes.
9, okay.
Non abbiamo contestazioni, nessuna, sono scritta.
Poi controlliamo, ma credo di no.
Lascio questo tavolo qua, smonto quello là.
Vedi, qui non ce n'è uno che
Non ce
metà.
l'hanno, li ho segato. Come mi ha messo il quadrato? No, ma il porta tua? Ah no. Ci vuole mettere il 2%.
No, va bene, ok. Va bene.
E questo qua lo sposto qua, di qua, perché ho avuto paura che...
Sì, no, hai ragione.
No, tutto là, scrive. Se vai trasere il corpo, vai trasere la sbedita, 1 a 5, allora, giusto? Solo scritto, nulla orale.
Ricontrolliamo domani, ma non credo. Okay. I finished with this.